Hey guys, you hear me?
Hi, Gianluca.
Hey Fatih.
Hey, okay, good. Okay, I realize I need to change the.
Just a reminder that we are live streaming.
Yes, we'll behave well.
Thank you for the reminder. Okay. Okay, so I'll start at 8, Gianluca. Maybe if people are coming in, are we accepting the participants, Kirsten?
Not yet. I think they're
Not yet.
still
They're all
waiting.
in the waiting room.
Yeah, waiting room.
We're waiting on Luigi.
Okay. I was gonna say if they keep like coming around 8, maybe I'll wait for 1 or 2 minutes.
Sure.
I'll mute myself again. Okay, let's begin. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Global Income Dynamics Project Conference. Thank you all for being here. It's great to see so many familiar faces. My name is Fatih Güvenen, and together with Gianluca Violante and Luigi Pistaferi, we are coordinating the Global Income Dynamics Project. Today and tomorrow, we are going to have 13 presentations from 13 country teams that covers a wide range of topics from income inequality, income volatility, income uncertainty, economic mobility, among others. These 13 teams are part of the Global Income Dynamics Project. So what is this project about? Let me give you a very brief overview, and in a few minutes, Gianluca Violante is going to give you a more detailed look. In a nutshell, the goal is to build an open access harmonized database of rich microstatistics on individual and household earnings dynamics from administrative data. Now that was a mouthful, so let me unpack that. There are 5 keywords here. First, it's a harmonized database, and it will allow easy comparison across countries. Second, rich microstatistics. So think in the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of statistics per country. 3, currently it's about individual and household earnings dynamics with the hope to expand it to the other variables in the near future, especially variables on the firm side. Fourth, it's all about dynamics. So again, think about concepts that require tracking individuals over time, like income mobility, short and long run mobility, among others. And finally, the statistics will be entirely based on large administrative data sets, which has many advantages, as Gianluca will explain in just a moment. The project team currently consists of 45 economists from 13 countries. The teams and we have been working on this project for about 2 years now, and most of the production of the statistics has been completed. We are currently in the process of building the web interface to the database as a joint initiative between Minnesota Economics Big Data Institute, or MEBD for short, Princeton and Stanford. I'm sure you know about Princeton and Stanford, so let me tell you about MEBD. MEBD is a newly established institute in the economics department at the University of Minnesota. Its mission is to produce and promote applied research from big data under the guidance of economic theory. So the idea is to combine the power of big data with the discipline brought by economic principles. Before I conclude, I would like to also thank for their generous support to the Washington Center for Equitable Growth, the Opportunity and Inclusive Growth Institute at the Minneapolis Fed, and MEBD for their support throughout this project. Now, without further ado, I'd like to pass the microphone, so to speak, to Gianluca, who is going to tell us more about the project.
Thank you very much, Fatih. Welcome everybody. I'm assuming you can hear me. So let me try to share my screen. One second. Okay, you can see my screen?
Yes.
Very good. Okay, I see thumbs up. Okay, so thank you very much again, Fatih. So, right, so I want to spend the next 15 minutes or so to give you a broader overview of the project that we something that we sort of put together to describe a little bit what the goals of the project are. Okay, so let me start by giving you some background. So obviously there already exist several databases collecting harmonized information and data on cross-sectional income inequality for a number of countries. I think perhaps the best example, the one that is best known to economists and policymakers and commentators, is the World Income Database, which was spearheaded by the work of Tony Atkinson, Piketty, and Saez, which is it's a great source of information. It's sort of was an inspiration for Fatih, Luigi, and myself. Others that are also well known in the profession are the World Income Inequality Database maintained by the UN University. The OECD database is also very useful. There are really a number of these data. There are also special issues of journals that focused on cross-sectional analysis of income inequality, in particular across countries. One example that was, I think, quite influential, at least among macroeconomists working with the heterogeneous agent models, was the special issue of the Review of Economic Dynamics in 2010. So it was like 10 years ago, which to which Luigi and I contributed. And also the DTON review, the IFS DTON review that I'm sure you're all familiar with, that has sort of the same idea of combining kind of cross-country data on inequality with also the ambition of thinking about the sort of the appropriate policy response to say rising inequality in various dimensions. Okay, so there is already a lot of work here. So why this project? Okay, so what is that sort of sets us apart from the existing work on the topic? And again, here I'm going to repeat a little bit what Fatih said. So the existing cross-country database and research efforts, they mostly focus on the cross-sectional aspect, and they're mostly still based on survey data. Our goal here is twofold. The focus is going to be essentially on administrative data and on the longitudinal dimension. Okay, so these are really the two new components of this project that I think they sort of distinguish us from the existing sort of databases and research and cross-country research effort up to this point. So why administrative data? Well, we're all familiar with the fact that survey data they suffer from a number of issues. There's the issue of sample attrition and measurement error, lack of representatives especially of the tails of the distribution, and also the issue of statistical power, because these surveys are relatively small in size. Conversely, administrative data, they have a number of advantages. The first one is that for most of this data, you can work with a universe or with a really very, very large sample size, which means that fundamentally there's no attrition, there's no issue of declining response rate, and the reporting errors are really minimal. The size, the fact that you have the ability to work with such large sample sizes means that actually you can go really into very granular analysis of subpopulation, and you can compute very precisely the sort of higher order moments of the distribution. Okay, and we know how how important these two elements are in this new literature on income dynamics that sort of deviates from linear normal models. So both looking at dynamics conditional on subgroup, on characteristics, and so on, and looking at sort of higher order moments like tail moments and so on is really important in this new literature. At the same time, there is a growing set of countries that are making this data available to researchers. So vast cross-country analysis, and in this project, in this first phase of the project, we already have like 13 countries. These cross-country analysis they become possible, and you can learn about the importance of both sort of common trend, common forces, and specific country-specific institutions, shocks, policies, and so on. So I think it's going to really provide a wealth of information on a number of important questions, both in macro and labor, trade, and other fields. Sort of going forward, precisely because of the nature of this data, the administrative data, the fact that by design essentially you do have an ID for the individual, such as the social security number, for example. This sort of opens really the possibility to link this particular data set from which we start from, which would be data on, say, earnings, individual earnings, linked to other data sources on, say, expenditures, health, education, wealth, and or balance sheets of households, and so on. So potentially this could be just the first step, and then going forward there could be a wealth of other statistics that one can link to this data set. Also, I think we witnessed very recently with the work of Raj Chetty and others, for example, my colleague Arlene Wong on the JP Morgan Chase data, how important is the use of these administrative data in real time for trying to sort of design or evaluate a quick policy response to like a crisis or an event like the pandemic that we're experiencing. This work by Chetty and the parallel work by Arlene and others was really important to understand the joint dynamics of income and expenditures, and important to realize actually that in the US in particular, the CARES Act, the government fiscal support that took place with the CARES Act was really crucial in kind of sustaining the expenditures of the low income groups. Obviously, something that you could not have done with survey data because for the natural lags that exist in collecting survey data and so on. So let me turn to the longitudinal dimension, which is again the other thing that distinguishes this project from the existing ones. So cross-sectional data are clearly fundamental, right? They're sort of the starting point, if you like, of any analysis of inequality and heterogeneity. They provide a static snapshot of distribution, but obviously they miss the longitudinal dynamics. The longitudinal data, they're all about mobility, obviously. So there are these important aspects that are missed by the cross-sectional statistics, like the volatility, intragenerational mobility, and intergenerational mobility, tail risk, and so on. This sort of longitudinal dimension is really essential to separate the ex ante heterogeneity in type from ex post uncertainty in outcomes, okay? Which is sort of a fundamental difference in both the statistical representation of income dynamics and inequality and in models, in economic models, heterogeneous agent models. It's also important not just to measure these two objects, but to estimate and measure how they vary over the business cycle and over the long run. Whether an increase in cross-sectional inequality is driven by an increase, say, in labor market risk or an increase in initial heterogeneity across cohorts, or whether for example, these effects vary substantially at the business cycle frequency, high frequency. Okay, we know how important is, for example, the dynamics. How important are the dynamics of volatility and skewness over the business cycle for asset pricing? Okay, they're sort of an important determinant of asset prices, and we also know how important are initial conditions, say, at entering the labor market, and how they vary over the business cycle for the future career of workers. There's all this literature about the scarring effect of recessions and so on, and the fact that workers that enter their careers in recessions, they tend to have a sort of a harder time in sort of recovering over earnings over their career. These are all things that you can measure and estimate and quantify with longitudinal data. And these are all crucial inputs into the design of stabilization, redistributive, and social insurance policies, obviously. And in this class of models and frameworks that we are that we want to contribute to in terms of like providing inputs, providing data, in all these models, any stabilization policy is also a redistributive policy. And any policy that redistributes and provide social insurance also has an effect on stabilization of the business cycle. So everything is sort of connected here in this class of models. So in terms of like the broad goals of the project, the project will deliver two products. The first one, in the short term, is to publish a special issue of Quantitative Economics with contributions from different country teams. Okay, and here the help of Chris Tabor and Kjetil Storresletten has been really key, and we want to officially thank them for this, for hosting basically the project. So this is sort of a short term, something that probably we're going to talk about it tomorrow a little bit. We think that it's sort of as an horizon maybe of a year. Okay, within a year, we think that a year or so, a year and a half, we think we should be able to publish this special issue. In the medium to longer term, as Fadi already said, our objective is to assemble this database of longitudinal statistics for multiple countries drawn from administrative records. Okay, and we want to sort of going forward, we would like to update annually, at least at an annual frequency, this data, and then if we everything goes well, gradually open to more and more countries. And there are several teams that have already showed interest in joining the project at a second stage. And possibly, as I said earlier, we'd like to include more data, more dimensions of the data, in particular, firm level data, which seems to be the next natural step, and statistics from the joint distribution of employer and employees. Okay, so turning to the structure of the paper that we would like to publish in the special issue of QE. As you know by now, each paper is going to be organized in two parts. There's a part A and a part B. The part A is common to all countries to allow comparability. That was sort of the fundamental idea. In fact, we provided a master code to harmonize all statistics. And here we owe a big thank to Serdar Ozgan and Sergio Salgado. In fact, virtual clapping for them, who worked really hard to provide this code that all you guys ran on your data sets. Part B has this sort of country-specific contributions, and you were sort of free to develop and design. And I think actually they turn out to be extremely interesting and very successful. So I'm just going to list, you will see all of them today, but just to give you an idea, like the Argentina team has worked on downward wage rigidity at times of low and high inflation, Canada on earning dynamics by firm characteristic, France has this work on income dynamics by geographical area, distinguishing urban versus rural. Norway is instead studying income volatility for private versus public sector workers. And the UK, the incidence of aggregate and firm level shocks across the income distribution. So a lot of really interesting applications, and I think what they do, they kind of showcase all the potential that this data have in terms of understanding income dynamics, earning dynamics, wage dynamics, employment, and so on. Okay, very good. So let me turn to the second more long run objective of the which is the key one, in fact, of the project. That of offering this sort of open access website containing up-to-date summary statistics about income inequality, volatility, mobility, and so on for these original 13 countries, plus several other countries that, that we're going to add later in the project. As Fari said, there will be thousands, probably tens of thousands of statistics per country, both at the aggregate level and by sort of subpopulations. There is an ongoing effort that we're making to raise funds for the website. It's turns out to be actually quite expensive. We're in touch with a couple of different foundations that we hope that could provide funds. But obviously here, if you have any idea for a viable source of funding, or if you think your institution can help, every dollar is welcome. So please think about it. We are in talks with an institution already for the design of the website, and they have in fact already developed a mock-up for us. It's a very basic mock-up that I wanna show you in the final couple of slides. Okay, so the website, this is just it's sort of the backbone of the website. There's no like fancy colors or structure. It's just the core sort of how the website will look like. You can see it looks like something like this. You're going to be able to, in fact, let me. Okay, so first of all, you have this sort of choice here where you can choose whether to work or download time series data or life cycle data. Okay, so you have these two dimensions, the time series and the life cycle. So with respect to time, with respect to age, and first of all, you select the type of data that you want. Then say you select the time series, then you can be able to choose the countries you're interested in, the years you're interested in, the particular indicators. Okay, so these would be, for example, the data on volatility of income by permanent earnings, and you can choose for different types of subpopulations. Here you can select, say, different education types, and this example is I want basically these statistics for all the 4 education groups that we have available in the data set. Okay, so then you would kind of add the data set to cart, and then you can view your cart, and then later you can download and so on. Okay, so it's a it's a fairly we think intuitive design that is really simple to access and to use. You'll be able basically to generate plots like this, where here we put together skewness statistics, for example, for 9 countries in the original database. So you'll be able to plot skewness for the various countries, compare them over the same, roughly the same period of time, and so on. The second dimension of the data is the life cycle dimension. So you could opt for looking or downloading life cycle data. Then you select again your country. You select your indicator. Here would be the 90th percentile of the earning distribution, for example, and you can select your birth cohorts. Okay, so you'll be able to say, okay, I want to look at those born between 1940 and 1944. And separately for males and females. Again, you add your data to the cart, view cart, and you're done. So these are just examples of the type of data you can download and the type of analysis you can do with this open access data. Okay, and that's it. That's kind of all I wanted to talk about. So I want to thank you all for the great effort that you have all done in working on this project, working on the data, contributing, and comments are very welcome. So I think we have like maybe a couple of minutes before we can start with our presentations. So if you have any any comments, suggestion, either big picture or more detail about the project, the direction of the project, or the website, anything, please feel free to tell us now, or later separately in an email, in a message, in one of the breakout rooms. We'd love to hear from you about this. Okay, so, well, if you want to keep thinking about it and send us comments, that'd be it would be great. So I guess we have a couple of minutes. Anyone, Fatih or Luigi, you wanna add anything?
Gianluca, you are the next chair, so I don't know if you want to say a few words about like the structure of the interaction during the presentations.
The structure of the interaction. Yeah. So I think what's going to happen. I'm not sure I'm totally on top of this, so correct me if I'm wrong. But I think what's going to happen is that okay. So we're going to pass the microphone to Franz, which is the first presentation, and so you guys can ask. Anyone can ask questions in the. Is it in the chat or in the Q&A?
In the chat.
In the chat, perfect. So you just ask questions in the chat, and well, okay. So if there are co-authors, connected, I think the co-authors should feel free to reply in the chat. I think it's the most effective way of proceeding, I would say. It's possible that the chair, or if it's me or Fatih or Luigi, will sort of pick some questions that we think perhaps are particularly important, and maybe repeat them loudly to the speaker, so that the speaker himself or herself can give an answer. And I think that's it. And then there should be a few minutes at the end of each presentation for general questions, general discussion.
So the speakers, they want to plan for about 25 minutes for their talk.
That would be ideal. So exactly. So that we leave maybe 5 minutes for general interaction later at the end of each talk. Sounds good? Okay. Fantastic. Okay, so we're delighted to start then with the first presentation. So it's Francis, I suppose, who's going to present. Is that right?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, Francis. So you're live. We hear you loud and clear. And
Can you see my slides?
We do not see your slides, though.
Even though I shared them. Let me do that again.
Can we let Francis share slides? Kirsten?
Yep. You should be able to click that green arrow.
Yeah, no, that's what I did.
Choose the window. We don't see your slides yet.
Do you see?
I don't.
You have to let me. You have to let me access the arrow, which doesn't seem to be the case yet.
All right, try now.
Yes.
There we go.
Okay,
Good.
Okay.
excellent. Okay. So this is joint work with Elio. This is about France. Un abbraccio da lontano a tutti e bis a tous et à toutes. So let's start. Okay. So let me give you the elements I think are important. You'll see institutions will be extremely important in that presentation because my sense is that our sense is that reactions to shocks vary a lot depending on the changing institutions that took place along the period. You'll see examples of this for France. So wage employment represents 88% of total employment, 2018. There are two types of contracts, permanent and temporary. We won't make much differences between them. However, what will be clearly extremely important is the very high minimum wages. And most important, because people tend to forget that difference, it's the extremely high labor cost that is associated with these high minimum wages until the 90s. And what are the main changes over the period? The real value of the minimum wage increased by 40%, which is quite a lot. There were 9 discretionary increases in the minimum wage. If I show you the minimum wage, this is the changes. And as you see, there were big changes over the 2000s, and then it flattened out. And what is more interesting for you, for those who have not read the paper that I wrote in particular with Thomas Philippon and others, is how the minimum wage increased together with the minimum cost decreasing. So the labor cost, total labor cost, has been essentially flat since the end of the 80s because the employer paid payroll tax contributions have been sharply decreasing and are virtually eliminated now. They were like, and as you see, the number of points, it's 40, 50 percentage points of employer paid payroll tax contribution that were essentially eliminated. They are now zero. And this is true at the minimum wage and goes to almost, there's these exemptions are virtually zero, around 1.3, 1.4 times the minimum wage. So that was really something extremely important that took place over the period. Another thing that happened was the changes in the legal working week. There was a staggered decrease of the working week from 39 to 35 hours, with an associated increase in the hourly wage to leave monthly earnings unaffected. In terms of labor market, there were 2 recessions and 1 boom. So if you look at the unemployment, we plotted the United States changes. As you see, we like to have high unemployment rates. This is what you see here. But it's cyclical. It's going down a bit at the moment. Well, not exactly at the moment, but it's going down a bit. But we have high points around 96 and around 2015, with also a quite high point around 2003. There are interesting factors that the decreasing trend in working hours over the whole period. So this is the US, this is France. And as you see, I mentioned the decrease, the going to the 35 hours work week is clearly shown here. And then it's pretty flat over the rest of the period. Then what is pretty striking is the sharp increase in the labor force participation rate for the oldest workers. France had this sentiment that by pre-retiring workers, you would eliminate unemployment. That was pretty stupid, and there were some guys who thought it was stupid, and I think that Sarkozy was one of those thinking it was a bad idea without making any political statement. And he pushed all the workers to participate, giving various incentives. And indeed, that worked because the labor force participation rate of the oldest workers, and this is particularly marked for the 60 to 64 workers, increased a lot. And that's also true for women. Okay, if you look at the numbers for women, men, it's essentially flat. The participation rate for women increased quite a lot. And the employment rate for women is essentially now, for the women between 25 and 55, is almost higher than in the US. Okay, so it's hard for me to go back for reasons beyond me. Sorry. Okay, okay, and now let me do this. Okay, excellent. So that was the setup of France, how France was looking like. First, our statistics on inequality. What you see is really there's low wage growth, meaning that in general, the increase in wages, this is total earnings, is pretty low, as you see, for almost every group in the distribution, every centile. However, those who catch up are the fifth percentile and the 10th percentile, meaning that there's at the same time low wage growth and low wage growth. Sorry for the pun. It's mostly for women, as you can see here on that graph. This low wage growth is concentrated on women. The reduction of the legal working week shows, if you look at hours worked for the sample, together with the hourly wage for the sample, you see that there's a clear decrease in hours at the moment of the decrease in working time. There's a bunch of ups and downs, in particular for the high wage workers here, but essentially this goes flat. Everything has been settled in the aftermath of these changes, that is at the beginning of the 2000s. And then, as I told you, there's a clear associated increase in the hourly wage because of this earnings, monthly earnings preservation, I would say. Top income. So if we look at what we've learned from various countries, here, what we see is that France has a clear increase at the top of the wage distribution, but also, as mentioned below, at the bottom of the wage distribution. That is clearly very different from what you would see in the US. This is taken from Fatih's paper 2016, which was extremely helpful for us in preparing that, that presentation. Interestingly, this seems to be this result. If you look at results taken from various papers of Piketty, Garbinati, Goupil, Lebret, and Piketty, you see that this is really something different. So this is the changes over the period, top 1%, and this is labor income, but there's also capital income that the bottom doesn't have, and the top 1% total income. Okay. Okay, if we look at men versus women, again, it's women who benefit. Men are on the low side, even sometimes negative, when women have a clear increase over the whole distribution in comparison to men. Now, if we look at the distribution of the 5-year changes in the residual earnings growth, you see that those who are somewhat less affected are the in particular the 10th percentile. So that goes the extreme changes are smaller, as you can see. Okay, this you see from the 99th percentile. You see here also for the 99th percentile. So there's really smaller extreme changes in earnings. If we look at the skewness measures, one of the features that is central to our endeavor, common endeavor, we see there's a way for me to eliminate the top thing, because I cannot see my slides on top. If we look at the measures, we see some procyclicality of skewness of our residual as 5-year residual as earnings. So it's key skewness and coefficient of skewness. These are recessions. We see that the numbers are smaller there. There's also around 2003, a smaller recession. So it's again, procyclical skewness. Looking at kurtosis, 5-year kurtosis, going down. This is the 1-year kurtosis. We looked at the 5 years. So it's, again, there's not much variability through time. We don't mean, there's no sense in which something happening very strongly. What is here pretty interesting is the distribution of earnings growth. So this really looks very much like what we've seen for the US. So very similar to these tails. So the tails are pretty important, but what is pretty striking, I find, is the change over the period. So this is shown in the next table. So there's really what we call a thinning of the tails, both in the 1-year growth and in the 5-year growth. As you see, the left slope is increasing. The left slope is increasing. The right slope is increasing also in absolute value, essentially meaning that there's less, the tails are again thinning, okay, which seems to be true irrespective of the moment in the cycle. This is true also in 5-year growth, and that may be related, we believe, to the way this changing distribution has been operating. In particular, the fact that lots of people at the bottom have been pushed up. Okay, so heterogeneity, these are things that we've been looking at. We have the same for the US. As you see, the skewness is, well, it's more pronounced at larger ages, very similar to what you would see in the US, going the same direction. The graphs are better for the US, but we have to learn. And we get similar things for 5-year growth. We also have similar stuff for Keeler skewness. So this is an expansion, so larger skewness, positive skewness and negative skewness in recessions, somewhat similar to what you would see again from Gouvenen. Expansion positive and above, at least from the one in recessions, even though again, we see this one, the Keeler skewness for France. We get, again, a coefficient of kurtosis that looks very similar to what you would get for the US. So things are pretty similar in that respect to what you would observe for the US. My global impression, and Elios too, is that we have less recessions, less expansions. So maybe because of these shocks that we'll focus on now, France is a country in which recessions and expansions have lower magnitude than in other places, because they are typically muted by various mechanisms that tend to attenuate them. So if we go to this second part B, we would like to give you some elements about what we think are important. In France, is this strong heterogeneity across territories. That also would also be true, I'm sure, in the US. We've seen that through the recent elections. But we have a very centralized administration, which is less true in the US, even though people complain about Washington. We have a total of 36,000 municipalities, which is essentially more than the total of other countries in Europe. And there are many small and remote cities. And the average city size is below 2,000 inhabitants. I think we're trying, one of the things we have in the back of our mind is that a lot of the recent protests in France, and we like revolutions and protests, have taken place in various places with a strong local component. So there were riots in 2005 in the suburbs of Paris. There were the 2013 red caps in Brittany opposed to a carbon tax, and the yellow vest in 2018 for asking for less inequality and more public services, and the protests were organized locally, as you can see here. These are yellow vests, these are the roundabouts, and in some sense, the roundabouts are interesting because they're symbols of corruption. They're symbols of corruption. I'm sorry, it's really frustrating how this back stuff doesn't work well. Okay, because most of them were paid. That was something that supermarket tried to pay to when they open new supermarkets, and people consider them a symbol of useless spending, local spending. So we'll characterize inequality between urban areas and between the different urban areas. Urban areas are essentially the commuting zones that people have in the US, and urban and rural territories in the rest of France, okay? Then we will decompose the gaps into what is driven by observable and unobservable characteristics. We'll be documenting the trends over the past 23 years, and we'll try to highlight some differences between plan-to-plan mobility and positive negative shocks in these different locations, okay? Trying to see the kind of shocks that these rural areas are exposed to in contrast to what happens in Paris. So let me first show you some elements which I think are pretty interesting. This is across urban areas. This is Paris. Okay, Paris is 0 for all percentiles. So here, essentially, this is the 99th percentile. This is the first, it must be something like Lyon, urban area. So you see that there's a huge decrease in the 99th percentile between Paris and Lyon. That is, those living there are not as well paid, I would say, than those in Paris, which is at 0. But you see that at the bottom of the wage distribution, this is P10, it's essentially flat. Okay, so there's lots, it's flat across, even though there's a slight bend. So these are the urban zones, the commuting zones are ranked by population. There's a slight decrease from zone to zone with size. But what is mostly striking is the difference with Paris and the fact that it's quite flat. Then if you do the same based on residualized learning, taking out the age plus industry diploma, and this is the median, you see that there's still a big difference. And again, Paris is still 0, so it would be here, and there's still a strong difference, okay? It eliminates some of the difference, but not the full difference. There's really something different there, okay? What I find pretty striking too is the convergence. So we will focus on the median labor earnings. We look at labor earnings in 95, we look at the annual growth rate. From 95 to 2000, here it's 2000, and here 2000 to 2005, and we do that for 5 years periods. You see that the places that had the lowest median earnings in 95, in 2000, 2005, 2010, are those for which the increase in income, in the annual income rate is the largest, meaning that there is convergence, okay? If you graph this for the mean, you would find the same thing, right? So there's really something that shows that there is convergence across cities, and we'll see that those cities are in fact those that are the smallest ones. If you compare to Paris, you see the same kind of stuff here. So this is 0, the difference. You take all the urban areas, there is this convergence through time. And if you look at the convergence of the smallest here, before we were having one observation was 1 dot. Here we weight by the size. And here this is Paris. The big circles are Paris. And you see this is much flatter, showing essentially no convergence. So that may mean something like there is convergence from the smaller cities catching up on Paris. That doesn't mean that weighted by population, you would have the same outcome. Okay, if you look at measures of dispersion of this, again, median income between Paris and central municipalities, Paris and suburbs, you see that there's something going on through time, but it's not huge. However, if you look at the dispersion of the median with rural and remote areas, you see that this is really converging a lot. There's a huge decrease that is the rural areas, the median earning in the rural areas is really catching up on Paris. Okay, there's a difference is decreasing, which is pretty striking, we find. So one question is it because of the minimum wage? We know that it plays a huge role. Well, that may play a big role because as we see, the fraction of minimum wage workers is between 5 and 12% in Paris area. It is much higher in those cities. Okay, in the rural and remote areas, it's between 15 and 20 to 23%. It's true, that's one thing that you have to keep in mind. The minimum wage uses a CPI index that is national. At some point before 68, remember that 68 was the year of quasi-revolution in France. Before those years, the minimum wage was varying across regions. This is something that, in some sense, benefits those regions, those rural regions, because the cost of life, cost of living is much lower in those places. One thing we wanted to understand was, okay, these are rural places, there are less plants. So the question is, do we see less mobility between plants in those regions? Indeed, we see that roughly 15% of workers move between plants in remote areas or rural areas, whereas it's more than 20% in Paris. And this is increasing with the size of the city, which shouldn't be surprising. Another thing we looked at was, how do you accommodate shocks in those different places? So we look at the share of workers with a decrease in working hours that is larger than 35%. And we start from the full-time, the sample is full-time workers in T-1, and we look how it varies across years. We see that the fraction that faces strong shocks is larger in Paris and smaller in remote and rural areas. Typically, they are somewhat protected. They're somewhat protected, but if they lose their job, their probability that they regain one, this is the share of workers with an increase in working hours bigger than 55%, because as you can guess, 35% in the down is not the same as 35% in the up, so that's why we went to 55%. We take the full-time workers in T+1, we see how many have these kind of increases. We see that most of the action is in Paris and much less so in those regions, which would be typically something that would tell us a lot of those persons that we have not looked at may have lost jobs, may have found one that doesn't involve as many hours as before, but it's going to be hard for them to catch a new full-time job or less will have a full-time job after having lost their job. So there's a difference there. Yes.
You have 5 minutes left, so if you want to allow time for a couple of questions, you should. Okay. Perfect.
Yes, this is it's perfect because this is the conclusion. This is a miracle in some sense. So we separated our conclusions in 2 types: those of general interest for the general interests of the ID. So France is a country with low growth rate of total earnings, with bottom and very top percentiles of labor earnings having experienced the highest growth, a skewness of residual earnings growth, which is procyclical, a thinning of the tails of residual earnings growth, which is a tendency over the whole period. And we believe that these kind of explanations that seem at odds with what we would see in other countries, we'll see more of it soon, is because we had many important changes over the period. Minimum wages, 35 hours work week, decrease in employer-paid payroll taxes, which seem to explain part of our results. One thing that you need to have in mind is that the decrease in employer-paid payroll taxes was something like, I don't know, 50 billion euros per year. And that was paid by the deficit, right? So one day that may explode, and we see some of the explosions that might have taken the shape of the Yellow Vest, for instance, movement. So there was a study by people here about the Yellow Vest movement that showed that the Yellow Vests were more active in places where so the Yellow Vest movement was a reaction also to a decrease in the maximum speed allowed on roads from 90 kilometers per hour to 80 kilometers per hour. The only variables that is correlated with the existence of a roundabout with Yellow Vest in the regressions people have run is the number of kilometers of road that went from 90 to 80. So it was really this kind of populist movement, and for people that were not surprisingly using their car every day to go to their job. Okay, so however, and people don't seem to know that there's a strong convergence of the poorest and smallest urban areas to the rest of the population. Okay, and these workers in rural and remote areas experience fewer positive negative shocks and a lower job-to-job mobility, but something we don't measure well, which is unemployment, potentially a lower persistence rate into unemployment. This is the end of what I wanted to say. Okay?
So Francis, I had there was a discussion in the chat about the importance of correcting for differences in the cost of living between Paris and the other areas. Do you think that this is going to affect, some of the comparison that you guys made, or the cost of living has been?
We've tried to do that. At some point, we had some measures, we had accessed some measures by the French Statistical Institute, but that was a test from the Statistical Institute. Essentially, it increases the convergence because the cost of living is much lower in those places. So in terms of purchasing power parity, €1 of wage is larger than in one rural area is larger than the cost of living, €1 of wage in other places. One of the things
what matters is how they change.
The trends
over time.
Yeah.
But I suppose, I would guess that Paris has become relatively more expensive than the rural areas.
Yes, if we believe that most of the action is through housing, we don't measure well this, but yes, Paris could become. Yes,
that has to be part of the analysis. That seems like a fundamental aspect of that seems like a fundamental aspect of the analysis and a very important point. If the convergence, you document that there is convergence, and when you say a more appropriate analysis where you use city-specific CPIs, you find even stronger convergence. That's something that should be emphasized, I think.
Yeah,
we can show these. We could show these numbers that we've looked at, but it will be for a restricted period. One thing, though, that we don't account for is housing. Clearly, housing is much cheaper in the rural and remote areas.
I don't get it. How the rental rate is usually in the CPI. When people calculate CPI, housing is included because in the sense that you cost of rent and they impute rent to the house owners. This must be the case also in France.
Yeah, but I think what Francis is saying is that they use the common, that was in the chat, they use the common CPI for now.
Exactly.
So, but I think the chat, sorry, I'm going to take over because we have to wrap up. So yes. I'm just gonna summarize what the discussion in the chat was. So your co-author explained that you guys are using a common CPI, but you do have data on CPI by different geographical areas, and so I think the discussion here is in the direction of that you should use it
as much as possible. We agree with that.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. So we would like to stay on schedule. So even though I think there is a potentially a very interesting discussion here, we're going to postpone it to the breakout rooms. Remember that in the breakout rooms, we're going to assign you randomly. So somebody, please correct me if I'm wrong. We're going to assign you randomly, but you can ask to be reassigned.
It will actually be that people can join whichever room they want. So breakout room.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Perfect. So then if you have comments for Francis, just join the French room. There will be red wine from Bourgogne in the French breakout room.
It's going to be mostly Côte du Rhône, I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry. All right, so we're delighted to move on to Denmark. Soren and Johan have written the Danish paper. Who's presenting?
So Soren is presenting.
Soren is presenting, fantastic. So let me just make one quick announcement, explanation. So I think Kirsten is giving you everyone the ability to speak, so you can unmute yourself, okay? But please do so only for the final discussion, okay? So keep yourself muted for the presentation, and then in the final 5 minutes, whatever there are left, you can unmute yourself and ask questions. Okay, Soren, go ahead. Please keep it to 25, so we have time for.
Yes. So I tried to share. Do you see my slides? Great. Okay. So, and first of all, of course, thank you to the 3 of you for organizing. It's really fantastic. Thank you very much. So outline is simple. First, some slides on earnings growth to add into the comment part. And then what we want to do in the second part is to basically, compare to the dynamics of disposable income. And the reason is that Denmark is, of course, like the other Scandinavian countries, a country with a lot of redistribution, so implicit insurance. And we want to try to, see how much that affects the dynamics of income. So what we want to do is simply to reproduce the same figures that we produce for earnings for disposable income. And then towards the end, we want to estimate a simple permanent transitory income process based on earnings and on disposable income in order to, gauge how much the stochastic properties they actually change between these 2 measures. So we're going to use registry data like everyone else. We have data for at the moment, we have data for the period 1987 to 2016. We consider 25 to 55-year-olds, and we have about 2.6 million observations per year. We have, so the data they are collected from the income tax registry. So we actually have both wage earnings, but we also know all other types of income, and we know tax payments, so we can actually calculate disposable income, which is what we're going to exploit later. Earnings in these data includes basically everything. So it's also including fringe benefits, severance payments, stock options for those who have such types of income. We do not include contributions to employer pension accounts. We do have information on that for part of the sample period if that is assessed important. So disposable income is from the tax return data. So most of the items that we see here, they are third-party reported. There's no top coding. So we see basically the raw data. So we're going to, throughout the presentation, consider residualized log earnings. We consider only values that are above 28,500 kroner per year. That amounts to about a part-time job for a quarter at the minimum wage. We condition on both earned and disposable income being above this threshold. And we've done all sorts of variations of this, and it doesn't really matter for any of the pictures that we want to show. So we regress on a full set of age, year, and gender dummies, and it's the residual of that regression we're going to work on. So here is the first picture. So we're going to move to the dynamics, but we just want to show the level first. So let's start with the middle. So the P25 to P75, they are the lines here in the middle. What you see here is that they are really, really stable over the period. But if you move to the top, so above the 90th percentile, that's the blue and the olive line, then you see that they are actually steadily increasing. If you turn to the bottom, then you can see that, which is the below 10th percentile, 10th percentile and below, then you see that it's actually quite variable. And it's like the bottom clearly suffers from recessions. And here we don't have an official definition of recessions, but what we've done is to just mark out those years that has a GDP growth of less than 2%. The dispersion is kind of striking too. So here we just look at the distance between P90 and P50, that's the blue line, and P50 and P10, that's the red line. And you see the dispersion in the top is just steadily increasing. In the bottom, instead, it's kind of increasing in recessions. It's declining in booms, increasing in recession, declining in booms, and increasing in recessions again. So it turns out that it's heavily business cycle dependent. So let's move to the dynamics. So that's the first difference of this residualized log earnings measure. What we see here is that the very top, that means in this context, top 5%, has been experiencing a growth rate that's steadily increasing over this period. The middle, that you almost can't see the lines here for all the spaghetti, but the middle here is basically flat. And at the bottom, you see that that's the pure green line here, for example. You see that there's some kind of business cycle dependence, but it's much less than what we saw in the level. Turning to the dispersion, so here we look at the difference between P90 and P50 of the change in log earnings residual, in the first difference of the log earnings residual. What's striking about this is that both for the top and the bottom, the level is roughly the same. There's some business cycle variation, and in some incidences, it's kind of it's moving opposite. But I think what's most striking is that the level is roughly the same. Here we moved to the skewness, and here it's kind of clear. So 0 is here in the middle, and you see basically that skewness is negative in recession years, is positive in boom years. And so that means that in recessions, there's a bigger chance of drawing negative shocks, and in booms, there's a bigger chance of drawing positive shocks. That's probably not so surprising. The kurtosis looks like this. It's fairly high, but there's some degree of business cycle dependency in this measure, but it doesn't appear to be really dramatic. So just to sum up on the first part, so the top part of the distribution in the earnings growth rate has persistently taken off. The middle part of the distribution is stable. The bottom part appears to be quite variable. So business cycle sensitivity in skewness and kurtosis means that there is a bigger chance of drawing a negative shocks during recessions. There's the chance of drawing large shocks is bigger during recessions. Okay, so this was pretty fast. So let me just move towards part 2. So what we have in mind here is that this is a country where there's a lot of redistribution, so there's a lot of insurance. And so if you use gross labor earnings to assess, the risks that people are exposed to, then the idea is that maybe you're going to assess that incorrectly. So instead, we're going to look now at disposable income. And there's really a lot of redistribution in Denmark, and that means that the dynamics of this income of income can potentially look quite different from the dynamics of earned income. As I mentioned before, we can construct disposable income from the information that we have in the income tax registry. And in this part, we show how the moments of the growth rate in residualized earnings change when we move from earned to disposable income. So just a bit of institutional setup. So the tax system is progressive. It has, since 2010, it has two brackets. The bottom bracket, the marginal tax rate is 42%, and that is up to a threshold, tax threshold of about $60,000 or 400,000 kroner. And that amounts to about the 75th percentile in the income distribution. The top tax rate is 56%. This system we've arrived at that system following a sequence of tax reform that has reduced the top and bottom bracket marginal tax rates. So in 87, the top marginal tax rate, the top bracket marginal tax rate was 68%, and it was 50% for the bottom bracket. So it's kind of quite a dramatic change in the marginal tax rates that has happened over the period that we are considering. So that's, I guess, is mainly relevant for the top part of the distribution. In the bottom part, what we've experienced is that there's been a lot of reforms on UI benefits. So that's essentially a relatively generous insurance system. So you can collect up to 240,000 kroner per year. So that would be, you know, as far as I understand it, that's a fairly generous level of unemployment insurance. But what has happened since the beginning of the 90s is that the UI benefit period has been shortened considerably. So originally it was unlimited, then it was cut down to 7 years at most, down to 5 years, 4 years, and in 2010 down to 2 years. At the same time, the UI benefits and all other transfer income types, they are indexed by the consumer price index rather than a wage index. And that actually means that the purchasing power of transfer income has reduced over this period. And here is a picture that shows the fraction that maximum UI benefits makes up out of an average wage income. And what you see is that up to 93 it was roughly 60%, and then it has reduced quite a lot, and now it's down to, like, you know, 47 percentage of an average earnings. Right. So the left picture here. So now I'll just start with the level. So in the left picture, that's the picture you saw before. There was a steady increase in the upper end. There was stability in the middle, and there was variability in the bottom. So, but when we turn to disposable income, it looks quite different at the bottom. So in the top, you can see it's fairly similar to what we saw for earnings, but at the bottom, all these wiggles, they've sort of been ironed out due to the insurance. And what's more, we see that there's a significant fanning out in the distribution here, which is kind of consistent with the institutions that have been implemented in this period. So the replacement rate in the bottom has been lowered, and the marginal tax rate in the top has been reduced. So that's at least consistent with these institutions. If we look at the growth rate, then this was the picture. The left-hand side was the picture you saw before. When we turn to disposable income, what you see is that there's a significant compression. So notice that the scale here is actually smaller than the scale in the left-hand side picture. So the scale is much compressed when you turn to disposable income. Generally across the whole distribution, growth rates, they're just much more stable for disposable income. So here we just wanted to, so these are indexed by 87. So here we just wanted to show the level. And again, here, notice the scale here on the right-hand side picture is much more compressed than the scale at the left-hand side picture. And what you see is that is basically that it's sort of, it looks fairly similar, but it's like it's just much more compressed. So let's turn to the dispersion. And again, we look at the robust measure where we consider the distance between P10 and P50 and the distance between P50 and P90. In the earned income picture, we saw that the level was almost the same for the bottom and the top, but there was variability. Now, when we turn to disposable income, we see that this variability is practically completely ironed out. So that's the insurance. And also the level is significantly lower. So what the redistribution does is to iron out the business cycle dependency here and reduces the level of variation too. Skewness, you see here that that was the picture you saw before to the left-hand side. That was kind of clear business cycle variation. When we consider disposable income, we see that it's actually, you know, it's just oscillating close to around 0. And there's actually quite limited business cycle variation. We see, you know, a blip here at the financial crisis, but that's pretty much it. When we move to kurtosis, we see that that was the picture where we saw some level of kurtosis here and some kind of variability related, perhaps related to the business cycle. When we turn to disposable income, we see it's just completely flat and it's much, much lower. So what the redistribution does is to really iron out many of these features of earnings. So what we learned here, we believe, is that the distribution of growth rates of disposable income, the distribution is much more compressed, it's less volatile, it's less skew, and it has less kurtosis. So what we want to do here towards the end, how am I doing on time?
You have 10
I guess
minutes.
I'm okay.
You're doing very well.
Yeah, okay,
You have 10 minutes left, so you can take another 5 or 6. There are lots of questions, so it'd be great if you could discuss this.
I'm done in 3. So in the last part, what we want to do is to estimate, you know, one of the standard permanent transitory income processes. So we have residualized log income, we have an individual effect, we have a permanent component and a transitory component. The permanent component is standard, the transitory is also standard, it's autocorrelated with rho. And basically, we just want to estimate this for the 2 income concepts. Of course, this doesn't take into account the 3rd and the 4th moment. We have some idea from the pictures before that maybe that doesn't do a lot for disposable income, but probably it matters for earnings, for gross earnings. So basically, what we do is just trace this. We just tabulate in the 2 bottom rows the variance of the transitory and the permanent component. What you see when you compare across the 2 columns is that the variance of the permanent shock is like 1/6 when you consider disposable income rather than earned income. And when you look at the permanent component, then for disposable income, the variance is like 1/3 of what it is for earned income. For earned income. So variances, they are a lot smaller. So what we do here is to predict the variance components over time, for these 2 concepts. And what we see is that the bottom 2 lines is for disposable income. The top 2 lines are for gross earnings. What we see is that, you know, roughly the level of the variances of the disposable income concept is about 1/3 of what it is for the gross income term concept. Also, interestingly, the permanent component sort of and the transitory component changes rank here. And what you see in the bottom is that the transitory component is really quite flat. The permanent component is increasing here towards the end, which is consistent with all this sequence of tax reforms and changes in the transfer system that has sort of led to a lot of permanent changes in income for people who are covered by these types of income. Okay, so Denmark is a country with a lot of redistribution. There's been tax reforms and reductions in generosity of the UI benefits, and that has led to an increased level of inequality in the level of disposable income. We find that earnings growth rates have skew and kurtosis that varies with the business cycle. Disposable income, on the other hand, has much less of these, has much less skew and kurtosis, and is not varying over the business cycle. And we think we have shown that these differences, they matter for the stochastic properties of disposable income and earned income. That was it.
Thank you, Søren. I think we all agree that this part was really fascinating. A lot of questions. Let me just ask you two of those that I saw in the chat that I think are quite relevant. So the first one is obviously this work on trying to compare the statistical properties of earnings and disposable income is extremely relevant for all the literature on the transmission of shocks from earnings to consumption, right? Because we like to learn essentially how much is basically smoothed through tax and transfer system, how much passes through to consumption decision. But there, something that was mentioned in the chat that is quite important is that an important element as well is the within household insurance. And as far as I understand, these measures are individual measures of income, right? So I guess the question is, to what extent could you maybe do another layer of the analysis where you combine, say, the two spouses? Because there will be really the key input for the consumption literature, where the consumption decision, we think it's mostly made at the household level.
Yes, we could.
Let me just add one more thing, and then you can answer. The second thing is there was a bit of confusion in terms of how much basically when you go from earnings to disposable income, you converge towards normality of the distribution. It seems that you go towards normality, but and you lose the fluctuations over the business cycle, but you're still kind of far away in terms of skewness and kurtosis. But we were not able to figure that out because you went kind of quickly over the numbers of the skewness and kurtosis. But it would be interesting to explicitly show basically how much you get close to normality once you go from earnings to disposable income.
So we can that just to say the last thing.
Can I add one thing to what Gianluca said?
Yes.
On the first question, I find it very interesting, Gianluca's question about if you go to households. And one reason is, we looked at Sweden, and in Sweden, actually, one thing that was very surprising, if you go from individuals to households, the cyclical fluctuations that you see in skewness, for example, was almost identical. There was like no insurance coming from, not the level of it, but the fluctuations were pretty much the same. So I'd be very curious actually to see how robust is that? Like, do we see it in Denmark with similar, kind of structures maybe? I just want to add that I think that would be very interesting to look at.
About the normality, we haven't drawn up the distributions. We can obviously do that, and we will do that for the paper. In terms of households, we can certainly link up to the partner and create the households. We haven't done that for this version, so I can't give you the explicit answer. But what we know from other studies that we've done is that the added worker effect is 0 in Denmark, which is kind of sensible given that there's a very high level of female labor force participation. So there is there's quite a limited potential that you can increase, that the partner can increase labor supply even further. But of course, we haven't estimated the income processes for the household concept, and we should definitely do that. So I guess my suspicion is that it won't change a lot, like you say it was the case for Sweden. I'm actually pretty confident that's what's going that's the picture that we're going to find.
I mean, to some extent, it depends on the degree of assortative matching between spouses along a number of characteristics, like occupation, and obviously you have the common geographical component that is always there. And what about the normality? Can you maybe clarify by looking at the kind of skewness and kurtosis, the levels?
Yes, so there was the skewness.
The skewness is basically 0, okay.
Yeah, so and the kurtosis is here.
So the kurtosis remains quite high. I mean, it's like twice as big as normality, I guess, no?
But actually it's more, Gianluca, because this is the cross of the key measure. So
oh yeah, it's a different measure.
6 is a very high number actually. Like in many distributions, it will correspond to like about 15 for the fourth standardized moment. You can do the calculation for welfare and consumption and other things. This will be first order, the level of it. And you can just use like a normal mixture in the estimation and easily capture that, even if there's no skewness.
So do we expect taxes to do that? Do you expect progressive taxation to transform the distribution from the left-hand side to the right-hand side? I mean, I was expecting the tail to, get thinner on one end and to get fatter on the other hand. Is that what we see here?
It's progressive, and there's social insurance, right?
Yeah, transfers.
Yeah, but I mean, I had the image of the center of the distribution not being affected that much. Maybe I'm getting this.
The transfers are targeted specifically to the unemployed.
I mean, with full insurance, you get basically that the variance of the volatility in delta epsilon is 0.
So it's a combination of, tails also contribute to kurtosis. It's not just the center. So if you have short kurtosis, you will get lower kurtosis.
Yeah, it's always hard to think in fourth moments.
Maybe it would be informative to plot the density or the quantile function before and after.
Yes.
Right?
And the log density actually would be even better, so you can see exactly how the tails change.
Yeah.
So, can I just get a quick clarifying question? Can you go to the slide where you plotted you estimated the variance of the or the standard deviations probably of the permanent and transitory components?
This one?
Yeah, well, you showed that the permanent component, variance of the permanent component increased a lot over time. Here, yes. So if you look at the disposable, so in the cross section, you show that nothing happened to this disposable. It was flat as a pancake. But when you estimate the innovations, you see that's a very large increase in the variance of the permanent component. So it's a little difficult to align that with a flat cross section, but perhaps this reflects that the dispersion is going to increase in the coming years, I guess.
So I guess if you look carefully at this picture, so that just shows the raw changes from year to year. Then you can actually see that the olive line, which is the 95th percentile, is actually above 0 here. So it does take off. So it's not like nothing is happening. It's just, if we zoomed in on this scale here, then you could see some heterogeneity across these different percentiles, I guess. And I think, that's what you see here, that things are happening, but they're happening at a lower level than up here. Does that make sense? Anyway, so perhaps I have a question for maybe that's also relevant for the group. Is this sort of we were a little bit uncertain about what the group found interesting. Is this sort of in line with sort of the idea of the whole project?
Yes, I would say so. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I think a comparison of these two measures of household resources, earnings versus disposable income, especially if you start considering the household level, will be really much in line with what we had in mind. Again, we were kind of giving free rein for countries to think about Part B. So this seems looking at a particular aspect of the distribution that would be totally relevant for the project. I don't know if Gianluca and Fatih.
Yes, I completely agree, and I think it's as I said, it's a very interesting input to the literature on the transmission of shocks from labor income to consumption.
So the motivation was that, so we've been in a couple of projects where actually the size of the shocks turned out to be important. And if you in some countries it seems like you don't have the possibility to actually move from gross earnings to disposable income. And this this along with what's possible in other Scandinavian countries might be an opportunity to actually compare the stochastic properties.
Yes, so I hate to interrupt the discussion, but we need to
yes
to close this session and move to the breakout rooms. So Kirsten reminds me that when that if you don't have the option to join the breakout rooms, it's because you have not updated your Zoom. Okay, so update the Zoom application and return to the conference, and then you'll be able to join the breakout rooms. Otherwise, there should be two, right? Is that right? Yeah, there's France.
There's a button at the bottom of the page for the breakout rooms.
Yeah, at the bottom of the page, you see the little, like the square divided in 4 parts. So join your favorite one, and you can jump from one to the other. And I will see you all in 15 minutes. We resume at 9:45. 9:45 Central Time. Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much, Francis and Soren, again for the great presentations.
So are we in the room now, or?
You have to. I don't think you are in the room, Soren. You have to go to the bottom.
So Kirsten just in the chat room sent a link for updating your Zoom. So once you update your Zoom, you will have the ability to actually go to the room that you like.
Soren, are you? So Johan is in the Denmark room. So if you go to the bottom of, look at the bottom of, yeah, I think Soren. Yeah, Soren is in the breakout room now. Okay, perfect. Okay, which one are you gonna go to, Luigi? So
well, actually, the funny thing is that I'm on my laptop where I have not updated.
Okay.
So I first have to go and then re-enter. So I'm gonna go to the friends. It'll take me a couple of minutes. Sorry.
Okay, see you later. Bye.
See you later.
think we're cut off a little bit there.
Yeah, I think it should be like the Oscars where some like music starts at the end to give us a heads up.
Yeah, we're back in the main room, I think.
We are all back in the main room.
And Fatih, you're in charge, right?
I am in charge, and the next speaker will
I
be...
missed Luigi's joke about the lockdown. It got broken off.
It wasn't a joke, it was a fact.
So our next speaker, I think, will be Johannes, but I don't... Johannes, can you raise a hand if you're here? Or can you unmute yourself?
I wonder if maybe we want to try to move to Spain, and then I'll track down Johannes.
Okay, I think Stefan, would you be willing to go? Okay, Johannes.
Oh, Johannes just joined.
Yeah. Okay. Hi, Johannes.
Hey. Sorry.
So you are just in time, and
yes.
The floor is yours. I think you just joined, so let me quickly tell you about the rules. We are going to hold off on questions during your talk, but we want to leave about 5 minutes at the end to open the floor to questions.
Actually, Johannes, do you have a co-author who can answer questions in the chat, or?
Stephanie, I think, is here.
Yes, I think Stephanie is
so
here.
We are going to ask actually questions like the audience through chat, and she will be able to answer. And once your talk is over, I'm going to take a few of the key discussions there, and I'm going to kind of ask you so everybody can hear your answer to those questions.
That sounds good, yeah. And I have 15 minutes?
No, you have about 25, now 22, 23 minutes, because we are starting a few minutes later.
Okay, sorry, yeah. Perfect.
And you can share your slides, you should be able to.
Yes, let me just... Okay, can you see my screen? Okay, perfect. So, yeah, sorry for being a few minutes late. I was still teaching before. I was just rushing back. So, yes, it is joint work with Steffi Walter and myself. And we're going to talk about Germany today. And let me just, very briefly give just a tiny bit of background of sort of what people have written and done about Germany before. So, kind of a long time ago in the 80s, German wage inequality was really quite low, and Germany was sort of known for that. Wage compression, strong unions, strong collective bargaining agreements, and then there was a dramatic rise in the 1990s, which came sort of a bit later than the increase in inequality in the US. Famous paper that discusses this by Christian Lustmann and Uta Schönberg, and a lot of what has been written about what caused this initial rise. Of course, it coincided kind of with the fall of communism, German reunification, that had brought labor supply shocks, big changes in sort of the German industrial landscape. Just to give you some sense of what sort of people have done. And myself have some work, looking at domestic outsourcing as one of the channels that's kind of related to sort of the breaking up of the power of unions. And I think there are a couple of sort of things in that literature. One is that this literature, for the most part, focuses on full-time male workers, which has many advantages, like you avoid composition effects, you don't have to worry so much about hours because most men work full-time. And then also because people wanted to look at long time series, most people looked at West Germany, and often at wages. Right? And so one of the nice things about this, the Global Income Dynamics project, is that it's really sort of a good motivation to broaden this quite a bit, looking at men and women, looking at East and West Germany, and also so by looking at earnings, we can also include like part-time workers, and also have a much richer sample, so to speak. So I think this is quite nice. Let me just give you one slide sort of on the evolution of the German labor market. So it's worthwhile. Many of you have heard of the Hartz reforms in Germany that a lot of people have written about. Those were these relatively dramatic labor market reforms, cutting unemployment benefits and making a lot of things somewhat more flexible. They occurred in the early 2000s, around between 2004 and 2006, and during a time when the labor market in Germany was very stagnant. There's a very high unemployment rates. That's masking some regional differences. Like in East Germany, unemployment rates were often up to 20%, and then parts in West Germany were doing relatively well. But overall, there was sort of this sense of despair among German politicians that labor unemployment rate just wouldn't really come down, even during relatively good economic times in terms of economic growth. And then there are these reforms, and then since then there was this sort of very steady decline. And it's the German labor market did sort of remarkably well through various crises. So in the financial crisis, there was a tiny increase in unemployment, but then it very quickly went down again. That had a lot to do with short-time work programs, among other things, that first basically kept workers on the books. But still, it's quite remarkable that if you compare to a chart for the US on the unemployment rate over this time period, right, you see like this huge increase. Nothing like that happened here. And then actually, this only goes until 2019. But even this year during the pandemic, German unemployment went up from like 5, I think, to like 6% or so at its peak. So this is nothing like the US. Now on the flip side, there were between 8 and 10 million German workers who were on short-time work programs at various times throughout the summer, right? So it's not like that. Employment in the sense of people actually working also collapsed in Germany, but in a very different form than in the US. But this is not about the pandemic. We don't really have data yet for this year, so that's just kind of a short comment. But here you see the red line is GDP growth in the US, in Germany. You can see, many people have noticed this before, but the collapse in GDP was actually similar in Germany as it was in the US, right? Yet the rise in unemployment was kind of tiny. Okay, but it's kind of good background to sort of remember that since 2005, the German labor market has just been doing quite well. And it's really not just unemployment. It's also, if you look at the employment to population ratio, you also see this increase, right? A lot of people have talked about the US context where employment to population ratios were really low, and even when the unemployment rate came down in the US, it was still, labor force participation was still quite low. A lot of people were concerned about that. And in Germany, it's really the red line here is for men, the blue line for women, and both for men and for women, there's quite a steady rise since about 2004, 2005. Okay, so regarding what we're going to do today, so we managed to update our data to include up to 2018. So what I presented last year was only up to 2017, which gives us a bit more recent trends. One thing that is sort of another big thing in the German labor market is that Germany introduced for the first time ever a minimum wage in 2015. So I'm gonna mention that a few times, and then I mentioned that sort of the key thing I think for today is really this broad approach of having West and East Germany, men and women, and then earnings instead of wages, and in particular also by combining part-time, and I'll get to these mini jobs in a moment. So the data comes from the Institute of Employment Research in Nuremberg, Germany. It's Social Security records, essentially. So these are employment records that employers file during or at the end of the year. And they're pretty rich in the sense that we have sort of complete, exact job duration. So we know the start and the end date of a job. We know daily wages. We know whether people are working full-time or part-time. That's just an indicator variable, but there's more than a lot of data sets like this. And there are a number of demographics. In some ways, there are some downsides to this data. So it does not cover self-employment or civil servants. So it covers roughly 80 to 85% of the German labor market, so it's the vast majority. We also think civil servants is kind of its own track. There are very few people, relatively few people who move between this kind of data into these civil servant jobs. These are sort of lifetime tenured positions, and most people sort of start them early on in their careers. But self-employment is a shortage, I guess. It's the case for most of these kind of data sets that we don't see transitions in and out. We don't really know what people are doing when they're in self-employment. The other really big downside for this project is that earnings are top coded, and so this is roughly at the 85th percentile for full-time employees. By including part-time, it's more like at the 90th percentile or so, but that's sort of a real downside. We imputed wages above that using sort of what people have done recently with this data, but it's hard to know how good this imputation is, and obviously at that point when it's just kind of inventing data, so we are focusing here mostly on percentiles, and below at the 90th percentile or lower, doing anything sort of at the very top, I think is kind of meaningless due to this restriction. We do use these imputations when we compute things like variances or standard deviations. So it doesn't make a huge difference whether one does it with imputed or non-imputed wages, but obviously the variance is going to be higher if you use imputed. And then another issue is that there are these special tax-exempt jobs that exist in Germany called mini jobs. And they were not in this data before 1999. It's just kind of unfortunate. These are jobs that pay very little, so they pay between roughly around 400 euros. So I'll talk about this in a moment. And they're actually quite important quantitatively. So you have I think today you have around 8 million people working these kind of jobs. And so they matter. And they matter in particular for women. There are a lot of women who work these kind of jobs. And so ignoring them would be unfortunate because sort of a big part of the German labor market in terms of jobs, even though not in earnings. And and so that's something we have to sort of take into account. And so what we're going to do is that we do kind of want to include the time period that inequality was rising so sharply. So that happened a lot in the 1990s. So we started in 1993. We have data until 2018. And 1993 is kind of the earliest year where you can get data for East Germany in the Social Security data. So that's why this is sort of a natural starting point. And then we did everything using sort of two different samples. One is from 1993 to 2018, and one from 2000 to 2018. And the reason is that you basically have sort of this long sample where we exclude mini jobs and really any earnings that sort of would fall into this area where they could potentially be mini jobs, to try to reduce sort of the effects of composition. So we're going to introduce sort of a lower earnings threshold. And then we have sort of the second period, which is where we do observe mini jobs, and but the downside is it's a shorter period. We started in 2099 because in 1999 there was still, I think, firms are just sort of getting used to this new reporting rules for these jobs, and there's clearly a lot of sort of data issues that not all jobs are reported. Okay. So so these mini jobs. So today the rule is that if you have a job that pays less than 450 euro per month, then this is exempt from income and payroll taxes. Now the funny thing is that this is the case even if an individual already has another job that puts them in a pretty high tax bracket, right? So if I were a professor in Germany, then I could have a mini job on the side, and those 450 euros that I would make from a mini job, I would not have to pay taxes on. Right? So it's kind of a funny thing where the marginal tax within that range is basically zero. it's also the case. So Germany, similar to the US, has joint taxation on the household level. And so there are a lot of couples where, say the husband works full-time and the wife works a mini job. And no matter how much the husband earns and what tax brackets he's in, as long as his wife is only having a mini job, those 450 euro would be tax-free. Okay, so it creates kind of a strong incentive to work up to this threshold, and then suddenly you have income taxes. Now the really weird thing is, from a tax perspective, is that if you make even €1 more than these 450, then the whole job does not qualify as a mini job anymore. And then you have to pay income taxes on this entire amount. So you actually have a notch in the tax schedule where if you make 451, and suppose you're married and you're therefore in a higher tax bracket already, then suddenly you might have to pay like 150 euro income taxes more. Right? So you have a real decline in income if you make above that threshold. Right? So it's not a kink, it's really a notch in the tax schedule, to use the Clevin and Vassim terminology. Okay, so again, I talk about them because numerically this seems like a small number, but they are actually kind of important in terms of the number of jobs, and we have a lot of people in lower percentiles that are located.
You have 8 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Good. So there's a minimum wage. I already mentioned that. Let me show you, an example for the earnings distribution. This is in 2007, and this is overall men and women, and you kind of see these issues here. So we see the threshold for mini jobs. So this would be the annual earnings of somebody who works a mini job for 12 months. There are a lot of people here. So that's sort of one issue. There are also quite a few people below, but you see this very sharp bunching here. And then we have this top coding, and actually East and West Germany have slightly different top coding thresholds, even today. That's why you have these two bunchings. And so that's what the distribution looks like. If you do this just for women, then you see even more bunching here, right? So there are really a lot of women who have these mini jobs. So it's really kind of a key feature for that. So our long sample, we basically say like, okay, the annual earnings you would get if you're working a mini job the whole year are roughly 5,700 euro and in real earnings. And so we just say like, let's take a little bit above that and cut it off at 6,000. And so this way we kind of avoid composition changes throughout this time period. So this is for the long sample. And then for the shorter sample, we use basically the suggestion from the GID project. So we use the minimum wage times 260 in real terms. Okay, that we'll use that as the threshold at the bottom. Okay, let me jump to some results. So here, let's just take a quick look at kind of how inequality evolves. So this is the long time series, and here simply for men and for women. You see this sort of sharp increase in inequality in the 1990s. But really, it starts like a bit earlier, a few years earlier, but you can certainly see it from using 1993 as a starting point as well. And then, at the time when the labor market gets better, slowly things don't rise as quickly anymore. And then, in particular for women, you can start seeing that overall there's some wage growth, so that's kind of nice. But also, it looks a little bit like some wage compression. Now, remember, this is the long time period that does not include mini jobs. If we look at the shorter time period, it's actually quite remarkable. So this is now from 2000 to 2018, and of course, because we have a later starting point, the overall increase is less because there's less of a change. But there's really much less change, right? So if you look at women in particular, inequality looks visually much more stable overall. And then especially towards the end, it's actually at the 25th percentile. This is roughly the range of women who work sort of mini jobs or women who get paid the minimum wage. You suddenly see sort of a big big increase in at that percentile, right? And you can also see a bit of the 10th percentile. It's a little bit hard to see in this graph, but the 10th percentile also kind of overtakes the other percentiles and it kind of ends up in the top, right? So there's really quite a bit of compression going on for the women, especially since around 2008. For men, on the other hand, you don't really see that, right? For men, it's just inequality kind of increases, and then it's not increasing anymore. It's kind of stagnant, but you don't see this very real compression. If we let me do this. So here are the the P9010 for women and for men, and especially here, so the bottom is the shorter time period that includes the mini jobs. It's really astonishing, right? So you see here that the variance keeps increasing until the financial crisis, and then it really starts falling by quite a stark amount. For men, on the other hand, it's kind of increasing then pretty flat. The P9010 actually tells a similar story. The scale here maybe is not ideal, but this also tends to decrease somewhat. And so I think that's kind of the main takeaway, that really there was quite a bit of decrease in inequality for women, much less so for men. Okay, one can also, maybe let me skip that. So if you look at volatility, things are much, quite a bit more stable. There's actually, a little bit of a sort of compression around, the mid 2000s, and then it actually increased again. But look, it didn't have like a great comparison here, but it strikes me as relatively stable. And certainly there's something going on here. Then during the recession, you can see it for men, there's job loss, and so people have wage losses, and that drops quite a bit. And then there's a bit of an increase here. It's also maybe the case that women have, so the scales here are slightly different, but women have slightly more volatility than men. It's hard to see because of the scale, but that's sort of one of the takeaways here. If you look at like long-term volatility, it's roughly a similar picture, except that now we have sort of a slight upward trend. And if one looks at the dispersion, it kind of again tells us a similar picture. The dispersion, went down around 2005, and then it slowly starts increasing. And for men, it's somewhat more stable, but hard to see from the axis. But this is sort of an interesting feature for women. So let me, in terms of mobility, I don't know, I didn't feel like, one thing that's sort of funny in Germany, so this is just a short sample, because of the mini jobs, you have this sort of funny feature that you have these kinks at mobility at the bottom, and that's because a lot of people move if they move away from the spike or to the spike. Let's say if a lot of people sort of ending up right at that point. And then one thing I found was very striking, and I just sort of realized this morning, is if you look at these age profiles, and I here first just showed them for men. For men, it looks, I think, what you would sort of expect, right? So this is the 10th percentile by age. And you see, the 10th percentile is sort of nicely increasing, right? So if you take somebody who is at the 10th percentile in 2000, and suppose the person stays at the same percentile, it increases kind of steadily, right? That's also the case for the 90th percentile. Now, for women, this looks really different. So for women, the 10th percentile is really kind of funky, that like in the early cohorts, there was essentially no wage growth at the 10th percentile. And then later on, there's quite a bit. So that's already kind of a weird feature. And I think it's because in the later cohorts, you really have sort of expansions in the minimum wage, and also that the mini job threshold was increased. And that sort of suddenly drives up wages at the very bottom very dramatically. So I think that's what's going on here. And then at the 90th percentile, I think what we're observing here is that
Johannes, you have 1 minute and you should wrap up.
Okay, yeah, I will. What we see for women at the 90th percentile is they look very similar to men early on in their careers, right? So large wage growth between age 25 and 30. And then it suddenly sort of becomes flat. And I don't know for sure, but I think that probably has a lot to do with sort of the motherhood gap, how people have coined this, right? So basically you really start sort of, women's careers once they sort of get into the age where many have children, just take a, literally take a turn here, right? And suddenly it becomes totally flat, and you see very little wage growth for the, the high earning women here. So let me just, say, like, our country specific part is still very preliminary here, really thrown back a bit by the pandemic, and Steffi had a child and is on parental leave right now. So we're a little bit slow with that. The two things we really want to look on now is trying to better understand what is the role of institutions for shaping these very different experiences for men and women. I think that's kind of a fascinating question. And then also looking more at the role of firms in shaping earnings inequality and volatility. And just one last figure, and then I'll let it go. But one thing from a different paper I'm working on right now is we're comparing earnings losses after job loss for men and women. And it's very interesting that if you compare similar men and women before losing a job, women actually have much larger earnings losses. And so this speaks a bit at the higher volatility for women, that I think there's something gender specific when how people respond to shocks. And I would really like to, hopefully we can say a bit more in these gender, sorry, that was the wrong direction. You can say a bit more in these gender, on this gender dimension, trying to explain these different evolutions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So let me, there are two questions. I mean, there are several questions that are interesting going on in the chat, but let me mention two. One of them is, what's the role of different types of composition, for example, in the rise in inequality when you show those percentiles? This is East and West, Germany combined. Do you happen to know, for example, if you were to track them separately, if that's possible? Do we see, like both of them diverging, or do you see kind of them behaving differently, but the overall sample showing that lower trend? Because the bottom end seems to have been going down by 30%, like the P10, P5.
Yeah.
And the second one is what's very related, what's the role of immigration, like low wage immigration in this? And is there any kind of variation, again, another kind of composition is like by industry, by low skill, high skill, and so on. If you have any sense about, what these different compositions, how do they contribute to the inequality figures that you showed us?
Yeah, so unfortunately, I don't have such a clear sense. One of the things we started programming, but we haven't really done yet, was to kind of do a Dinard-Fortin-Lemieux reweighting exercise where we can look sort of at the evolution of the distributions, holding various factors constant. Right? And so that it could both be things like age and education, but also industries, regions, and also looking at look at the role of immigration. So that would allow sort of looking at a lot of these dimensions. I think it's definitely a good idea to do it separately for East and West Germany. And I'm not sure what this looks like. We did this just for men, and for men it looks somewhat similar actually for East and West Germany, but I suspect for women it might look quite different. One of the challenges comparing East and West Germany is that there was a lot of migration of like high skilled women from East Germany to West Germany over this time period, but there was really like a massive exodus of like young, relatively well educated women. So that also creates a composition issue that if you just focus on one area at a time, you might it might not be what you want to do, right? Because in some sense, of course, you care about the overall distribution. But I do think that's, that is very interesting to think about. And potentially we can sort of trace some of this migration as well. I think that's a good idea.
Okay, thank you very much, Johannes. So our next speaker is Stefan Bonhomme, and he's going to talk about Spain.
Hi, everyone. So let me try to put that in full screen. Okay, so I'm very happy to present today. Thanks a lot to the organizers, part of the Spanish team here with Manuel, Micol, Sichi, and Laura. And what I want to talk about today is income risk inequality. So just to motivate the focus on risk. So this is the unemployment rate over the past 15 years in Spain. That's the red curve. And you see very high level and very large fluctuations with the business cycles, extremely large, actually. So the double dip recession is here, as you can see, with GDP growth. We want to get a sense of the implications of this aggregate risk for individual income risk that is faced by individuals. We want to compare that to, this type of inequality in risk to inequality in income. Okay, so we think of unemployment as a major driver of risk and inequality in risk. There are also other features of the Spanish labor market that could also generate further differences across people, such as, for example, permanent versus temporary job contracts. So that would be the goal. That's the goal of our part 2 in the project. Okay, so just to be a bit more specific, what we want to do is we want to try to predict income using previous, history of employment and contracts and income. And possibly also, actually, in our main specification, we'll also have an observed heterogeneity. And based on this prediction of income, we're going to construct a risk measure that we will have for every person in the data and over time for the same person. And then with that measure, we're going to construct inequality measures. Okay, so how much unequal is risk across people, and how does inequality vary over the business cycle and the life cycle? And this problem of predicting, right, income and measuring the risk is an econometric prediction problem. If we don't have an observed heterogeneity, we can use whatever off-the-shelf machine learning method. We use neural network for that. With an observed heterogeneity, we use a grouping approach, group fixed effect. So I'm going to give more detail about what we're doing so far. But before that, I want to give you a sense of this first part, just a little bit of a reminder of what are like these salient features that we find in the data that in some sense are very different from many other developed countries. So our data is a 4% extract, random sample of social security affiliates. That's called the MCVL. And we use the tax files. So the tax files don't have bottom coding or top coding, which is nice. However, it's a relatively short period. So we only start in 2005. That's one drawback of the data. Another drawback in our data set, we can't link individuals inside households. So we're going to miss completely the margin of risk sharing within the household, which is very important to study, and we can't document that. So in terms of income, we look at annual income reported by the employers. And this that's labor income. Okay, so we look at males between 25 and 55. So only males in this presentation. We have looked at women, but the results are not ready to be shown. We don't have self-employed. The Basque Country is not in our data. We don't have enough information. And importantly, we use the trimming strategy that was suggested to us, right? To use this threshold. So working part-time during 1 quarter at the minimum wage. That's the threshold we use. And we have to keep in mind, and I think it's very important when we show this statistic in the first part, is that the percentage of observations below the threshold in Spain is very substantial. We're talking about between 5 and 20%, depending on the period. And this share varies a lot over the business cycle. Okay, so there are these major composition effects that will actually blur a little bit the lessons that we can draw from the first part here. And one objective of the second part is to broaden the notion of income, including observations below the threshold, including zero income as well, and other sources of income, in order to get at a more comprehensive view of what people earn on a more comprehensive population. Okay, so here is a first graph. You see it's very dramatic. This is the evolution of the percentiles of log annual income between 2005 and 2018. By percentiles, and you see that the lower percentiles, the 5th and the 10th, have extremely sharp drops, during the double dip recession. We're talking about 60% drop relatively, right? Of course, there is a lot of the unemployment, part of the year unemployment margin that is explaining this drop that induces a very large increase in inequality during the recession. Okay. That very much mirror actually the evolution of the unemployment rate. This is top income. Not sure we can fully, trust what's going on at the 99.99. That has a very different evolution compared to the top, but a little bit less top income percentiles. We don't see much actions for those, right? Which is very much in line with the fact that at the top of the distribution, we don't see much variation with the business cycle here, while at the bottom we see huge variations. Inequality sharply increases during the two recessions, according to 90-10 percentile ratio on the variance, right? The two measures align very well. And the increase in inequality is essentially a story about the bottom half of the distribution. it's not, nothing basically happens at the top half, right? But there is very large fluctuation in inequality of the 50-10 percentile ratio. Those features actually are very similar to the study that we did with Laura a few years ago, but we were stopping much earlier than now. Now we have a much more comprehensive view of what's going on here. Now we can turn to volatility. We see that those are percentiles of the log income growth, and you see, in recessions, it's much more likely that you get very negative income growth. And actually, we can see how this is reflected in the skewness, something that Fatih documented on US data, and many others have found in many data sets. Skewness becomes very negative in recessions, right? It's very pro-cyclical, very much like what Francis was documenting in the first presentation. For kurtosis, we don't have such a clear story because the two measures, right, the fourth moment and the Krosidicki kurtosis, give us different evolution. So we don't really know what to make out of that. But for skewness, the two measures, quantile and third moment, agree very closely. Okay. So I want to show you two last graphs, and then I want to turn to this income inequality. So the first graph is about this conditional dispersion of income growth residuals, actually G, right? So this is the percentile difference here of this growth of income. We can think of this as a measure of dispersion. And we plotted conditional on income, actually this permanent income, which is an average, right, computed as an average over 3 years. The way we can think of it is either the dispersion of the growth conditional on income or the dispersion of income conditional on past income. That's what this is. And in a sense, that would be a first proxy for risk, right? If we just want to use income data, that may be a reasonable measure to start with. And if we interpret this figure along these lines, then we're going to think that high income people will face lower risk, low income people we tend to face higher risk. The young tend to face higher risk throughout the distribution, and the older tend to face lower risk, right? And I want you to keep this figure in mind because the measure we're going to construct in part 2 will actually echo this type of measures, and we try to refine it using a richer history of predictors, right? In addition to income. The last graph I want to show is these cohort graphs. We've seen that in some presentations before. And here the cohort graphs are very striking in Spain. Remember, the recession period is basically here, right, in the center. And you see those dots here correspond to different cohorts, people who are 25 at different points in time, right? And you see a huge cohort effect here, visually. And if we follow a given cohort over time, we see, that people who entered before the recession, they had quite flat profile later on. People who entered in the heart or in the deep of the recession started much lower, but they recovered much earlier. So it's kind of an interesting descriptive graph from this first part. Okay, so that's basically what we knew from last time. Now I want to describe what we have done so far, so which is this quantification of income risk and income risk inequality. So our goal here, it's very ambitious. We try to mimic the agent's prediction problem, okay? We don't really know what the agents know, but we're using the history that we observe in the data to try to mimic that problem, okay? And our goal is to target the income, YIT, given a set of predictors, XIT. So as predictors, we use micro variables and macro variables. The micro variables will be past income, past employment, the labor contract, so full-time, part-time, temporary and permanent, some demographics like gender, education, not gender here, education and age, sorry. And we also use actually unobserved heterogeneity, and I will tell you how we do that in detail later on. Okay, so that's the micro side. On the macro side, we also add some measures of aggregate conditions, GDP growth and unemployment rate at the national and provincial level. Okay, and importantly, so that's kind of a contrast with the first part, right? Here we use a comprehensive measure of income. So we include observations below the threshold of the part 1. We include the zeros in YIT, and we also include other sources of income, importantly unemployment benefits. Okay, we are actually not, all of this will be pre-tax, right? Maybe including taxes would be even more in the sense of the notion of risk that we want to capture, but we haven't done that. So how do we measure risk? Well, suppose that we have a good sense of the conditional distribution of income given the predictors. Then given that, we can actually compute a measure of how risky your income is by computing a measure of dispersion or conditional dispersion. A simple measure would be the standard deviation of the log, conditional on the predictors, right? That's not what we end up using. We end up using a measure that is a bit different, which is a type of coefficient of variation. This is technically the ratio between the mean absolute deviation and the mean. So there are two reasons for not using the standard deviation of the log and using that. The first reason is we want to include the zeros. Okay, so standard deviation of the log, we can't have the zeros. Here we can have the zeros. That's kind of technical reason. The other reason is, which is also actually technical, which is the fact that this measure with the mean absolute deviation, as opposed to a measure of standard deviation or variance, is actually less sensitive to outliers in our experience. Okay, so that said, by scaling this measure, this coefficient of variation, you can recover the standard coefficient of variation measure in the literature or the standard deviation of the log to a good approximation just by using a scaling factor. Okay, this gives us kind of an order of magnitude. We haven't actually experimented a lot with other measures, and we should do that. But that's the measure that I'm going to be using now in the rest of the presentation. Okay, so think of it as a measure of conditional dispersion, conditional variability of income given predictors. Okay. So before I actually tell you how we take that to the data and measure risk in the data, and then I show you the result that we've got so far. I wanted to have a very small, short slide. Very happy to, I would very much like to have feedback on this. So we want to have a sense of what the order of magnitude of CV means, right? This coefficient of variation. Think of this as standard the standard deviation of the log. There is very little difference between the two, up to a scaling factor. So for this, we think about the following experiment, which is a bit in the line, very much actually in the spirit of Lucas, right? This idea of what will I be willing to pay in order to eliminate the risk that I face. Okay, and you could do a simple calculation under CRA preferences, and you would find this type of expression, right? So it's proportional to your risk aversion times the variance of the log, which is exactly the measure of risk, right? So then we can scale that in terms of the CV. And what we understand from that, I don't know what your prior or posterior is about theta, right? The risk aversion. I personally don't know, but I would think it's of the order of magnitude of, I don't know, 2, 3, 4, 5, something like that. So we're going to be interpreting the square of CV as something like the percentage of consumption that I will be willing to forego in order to eliminate the risk. So in this light, we can think of a CV of 1%, of 10%, sorry, as relatively small. This corresponds to 1% consumption, right? While a CV of 50% will be very, very large. We're talking about 25% of consumption. Okay, that's just a very short digression about how to interpret these measures of risk. The reason why we put this slide here is that we're going to document actually very large variation in risk according to our measure across people in the data, extremely large variation. So having a sense of magnitude, I think, is useful. Okay, now let me go to how we take this to the data. How do we measure and estimate risk in the data? So remember, our measure is this measure. So it's the ratio of mean absolute deviation on the mean, right? Conditional on X in both cases. So, for the mean, we actually use an exponential specification because income is positive, right? Same thing for the mean absolute deviation. So that's kind of a first idea to use a simple prediction model, right? You estimate two exponential regressions, compute the ratio, and you get your measure of risk for each value of the predictor. There are two drawbacks to this simple approach. One is that it's not very flexible in X. The other one is that there is no unobserved heterogeneity. So I want now to explain the two steps, how we get more flexibility in X and how we actually achieve, we can account for unobserved heterogeneity as well. So for the flexibility, what we do is that we use a more complex function of X, and we use actually a neural network. Okay, a neural network is just a nonlinear function that we put inside the exponential here. With just a single layer neural network, I think we should experiment with more complex deep learning specifications here. We should experiment with tuning. There are lots of things that we haven't done. So we can think of this as a relatively parsimonious neural network specification. Here, the tau function is the max of U on 0, right? So it's called rectified linear unit in the literature. Apparently, it's a very popular link function, and beta and alpha are parameters. Okay, and we're going to use neural network software to estimate that. Okay, so that's the way we achieve more flexibility. We'll see that actually, practically, in practice, it matters. The second thing is to account for these unobserved predictors. So we want to account for things that the individuals might use to predict their income, but as researchers, we don't observe. Let's call this Xi-I. It'd be super interesting to have these predictors, unobserved predictors vary over time, but we don't do that. We assume that they are constant over time, okay? So this is basically an observed heterogeneity that will be fixed over the period of observation. To account for this type of unobserved variables that we don't have, there are two approaches in the literature. One is random effects, the other one is fixed effects. The random effects route here is very hard to implement. And the reason is because the predictors are not strictly exogenous in a panel data sense. So in order to incorporate the unobserved predictor, Xi, we would need to model the joint distribution of not only the outcome, but also the predictors together with the unobserved heterogeneity. Basically, we need to set up a gigantic dynamic system and model each of these parts, for example, using neural network. Maybe it's possible, but it's really, really cumbersome. Okay, so random effects is not really practical here. Fixed effects is more appealing because it's much less sensitive to this non-strict exogeneity aspect of the predictors. But just trying to estimate Xi as a parameter in nonlinear functions is not practical either. So just because these estimates will be very noisy, that's just one reason. So what we end up using is actually a method that we've developed with Thibaut and Elena in previous work. We use a grouping approach. Okay, so we are going to group individuals in terms of categories and then estimate different predictions depending on the group that you belong to. Okay, actually, technically, we're going to plug in this group or use these group dummies as extra predictors in the neural network. It's very simple. How do we get those groups? Well, remember the coefficient of variation is the ratio of the conditional mean absolute deviation divided by the conditional mean. So we could use the mean at the individual level and the absolute deviation perhaps at the individual level and try to classify people in terms of how similar they are according to these measures. That's kind of a very natural first step here. It turns out there's a difficulty with that, which has to do with the fact that we observe people at different ages. And we don't want to conflate age and unobserved heterogeneity. So for that reason, actually, we use a method that is a little bit more sophisticated, where we actually control for age differences inside the classification algorithm. The algorithm is essentially similar to k-means, but it has age built in inside the algorithm. So that's the methods. Let me just try to give you a sense that this is actually useful. Okay. So first thing, what do we get with those groups? Well, here are the age profiles of the 6 groups that we use in the result that I'm going to show right now. Okay, so you see differences in intercept, quite big differences in intercept. Those are in euros, right? Annual, and you see also big differences in terms of profiles. Okay. Now, how can we judge that we did a good job in prediction? Well, we can just try to look at in-sample prediction performance and out-of-sample prediction performance. And this is what this table on the next show. Okay, so here we standardize everything by taking as a unit what happens when we use the simplest version, right? The exponential regression. No flexibility, no unobserved heterogeneity. You see that adding heterogeneity in sample helps quite a bit. It really reduces the error. This mean absolute error, I think. Now adding further the neural network further reduces the error quite dramatically, right? We're basically sometimes dividing the error by 4, sometimes by 2. Okay. Interestingly, what we did is that we estimated these methods up to 2017, and we used 2018 as an out-of-sample test. And out-of-sample, we have the same improvement, right? Heterogeneity helps a lot in prediction, and neural net helps. Let me just tell you what is the big deal where these econometric improvements help. It's to get at low-risk people. What is hard to capture is the fact that some people face very, very low risk in the data. Lots of people have very secure jobs, and they know very well how to predict their income in the future. Using heterogeneity on neural network is actually helping a lot in capturing this type of low risk people or circumstances.
Stefan, you have
Yeah.
5 minutes.
Awesome. Okay. So yeah. So more prediction. Just to tell you, once you have estimated this risk measure, you can regress it on variables. This is the partial R-square of different variables you see. Days worked matters a lot. Permanent, full-time, part-time matters a lot. Unobserved heterogeny matters a lot, right? So there's a big role of employment margin in explaining the risk. Income conditional on employment doesn't seem to matter, which is very striking, right? We're still predicting income, right? We're not, so it's very, very striking. So it suggests that there's very little going on with wage risk here, interestingly. Okay, let me now show you, right, in these 4 minutes that I have left, the key results that we have so far, right? So income risk inequality. Once we have this risk measure, we can look at how inequality varies with the business cycle. And what we see is this very striking pattern that many people, so the green is the median here, half of the economy or more than half faces very low risk. We're talking about 0.1 at most. Remember, 1% of consumption that you would be willing to forego. But there is a substantial part of the economy that faces high risk, right? And in addition, this risk is very variable with the business cycle. While for the low risk people, the risk varies very little with the business cycle. Okay, that's basically the very striking conclusion that we find when we look at this inequality of risk. Let me give you just a little bit more on the data. So this is a figure about inequality in risk on the median that is flat, inequality that varies very, very sharply. This is the density of risk. You see there is a huge mass close to zero risk, and there is a right tail. We compare that with the standard deviation of log income, conditional and past income, which will be this part 1 measure. The part 1 measure is interesting, but it does not capture risk well because it actually gives too much risk to people who face low risk. Okay, when you use a richer history to predict, you're able to actually account for these low risk types. Okay, both in terms of people and in terms of jobs and employment. Okay, you see, as for the standard deviation, however, you see high income is associated with low risk, low income with high risk. The young face higher risk than the old, and risk is very persistent. That's important. When you have low risk today, you will have low risk tomorrow. That's what he's saying. When you have high risk today, you're likely to face also high risk tomorrow. There's a lot of persistence in this risk measure. Okay, that's basically what I wanted to say. Maybe I just want to flag one last thing, which is something that we have looked at. So we have not looked at how the risk would work. This measure of risk could be combined with the life cycle model. What we have looked at is how it compares with subjective expectations data. And for that, we have looked at the Encuesta Financiera de las Familias. And this is the only thing I want to show you is many people, when you ask themselves, what about the future changes that you expect in terms of income, they tell you between -2 and 2%. So we're talking about risk that is very low for those people. We're talking about 60% on average. And when we look at people who expect much more changes, those are disproportionately low-income people and the young, precisely as what qualitatively as our income risk measure says. Okay, that's it.
Thank you very much, Stefan. A couple of questions. The first one maybe is like a quicker one. So when you do the neural networks and then you look at the reduction in the error, it seems like you are able to reduce more at the bottom end than at the top end.
Yeah.
So is it fair to say kind of that, there are some predictors for the top end that you are missing more? And do you have any ideas about, how that could be improved? That's one question. A second question I have, which I think this is really interesting, work. But, like a lot of the data, as you know, also in Spain, there's also beyond the coefficient of variation, there's also the skewness and kurtosis, and especially kurtosis matters a lot for welfare. So the welfare decomposition that you showed, right, where welfare is proportional to CV, I believe you did like a second order approximation to get that. But in principle, you could do a fourth order approximation. And with higher order moments, as we know, the third and fourth order terms can actually matter more than the second order terms. If you have high skewness and kurtosis, they have a huge impact on welfare. So as an alternative, could you just basically write that equation of welfare as a function of CV skewness kurtosis with a fourth order approximation and directly try to estimate not the CV, but the welfare term that basically matters at the end of the day? Because I'm kind of worried that, the absolute deviation, for example, the mean absolute deviation, if you have like a 90% negative shock and 90% positive shock, they contribute equally. But for welfare, the 90% negative shock, because of concavity of the utility function, it will be a lot more important. And maybe you can get at that with adding these third and fourth order terms. I don't know how clear this is, but if I write the equation, I think.
No, that's great. That's great. So, I mean, about the predictor thing, yeah, I agree. It's quite striking that it seems to help more when in the small percentile than in the highest percentile of the error. So it seems we're struggling more there. It would be interesting to know, also to know which, as you said, right, which predictors help in part of the distribution of the error versus other part. We haven't done that yet, but that's kind of a good point to understand more why we have this kind of discrepancies. On the other hand, the combination of the two methods helps throughout the distribution, right? Which is very striking. So about the CV, so I think it all depends on how seriously you want to take this welfare calculation. Okay, so if you want to take that very seriously and you're okay with making very strong assumptions on preferences, then reporting that directly makes a lot of sense. And as you said, that gives you a lot of discipline to incorporate higher order information. While here we could just show CV with one, second moment, then third moment, then fourth moment of different graphs. But that would give you a common metric. The cost of this is that it requires to believe very much into the simple, calculation that you do, in particular about this, the form of preferences, right? So I think it seems a very interesting strategy to pursue, but it's not really clear to me right now which route we're going to take. For sure, looking at skewness and kurtosis in the risk, constructing risk measures that are skewness based or kurtosis based or account for these factors is very interesting. Yeah.
Okay, we have 1 or 2 minutes. If there is one more question from the floor.
Can I ask a quick question? So you look at pre-tax earnings. Yep. It would be very nice if you could decompose. Imagine you had disposable income, and you could decompose that into permanent and a transitory component, and look at the CV or the permanent component. That would be. I don't know if it's possible, but if it would be possible to apply your K-mean algorithm to that, would be that would get very close to the welfare question that Fatih asked about. So it's not pre-tax, it could be transitory, could be that everything is gone once we get to disposable. So I
agree. So one thing that we discussed is to try to look at post-tax and try to look at disposable income. And that seems very important for this type of risk measure that we want to document. What you are hinting at is also like this, how we link our measure of risk to a measure that would be more like shock-based, right? That would depend on latent variables, right? And, in a way, I think that would take us very far from what we're currently doing. That would require quite a bit of machinery conceptually, it's not impossible, but you would think that part of these predictors now would be unobserved. So we will routinely do that when we estimate a permanent transitory model and we compute a standard deviation, right? Conditional on if it's a random walk, the standard deviation doesn't depend on the past, right? Of the innovation doesn't depend on the past, otherwise could depend on the past. But here we would what we have in mind is also a model where we would have these latent income components, and we also need to model employment. And to me, that's where this actually raises, issues in terms of modeling. Right now, we're just including observed employment histories, the days worked right here. But if now I have latent variables, the shocks, right? And I need to model their distributions. I am in a random effects world, as I talked about before, right? In that world, I face really a lot of hurdles because now I need to write a very big model. So it seems extremely interesting to me because just looking at the pure income-based measure is maybe not what we want to look at. Maybe we want to really disentangle what is transitory versus permanent evolution. But then trying to couple that with our type of like prediction approach, I don't think that would be straightforward. That would take a lot of effort, I would think. Thanks.
Maybe we can continue our discussion in the breakout rooms. Those of you who were before, I think you already know the drill. If you have an updated version, you should be able to see at the bottom of your page, and you click on the room that you want to join, the breakout rooms, and we'll continue the discussion in each room.
Hello.
Hi, we're just waiting for the breakout rooms to finish up.
Okay. Great. Hi, Søren. Hi, Ben.
Hey, Costas, your slide is a bit shifted. It seems you're showing it kind of in a continuing.
I am, because it's an iPad.
Ah, okay, got it.
Who will be the speaker for the Sweden paper?
I have the honor. I have the honor.
Okay, good.
Good means go ahead, or good is fine. You're muted.
Go ahead, Costas, go ahead.
Okay. Well,
Why don't we just wait a little, because they were Stefan was going on and on in the breakout room. Let's give them.
But the breakout rooms are over. The breakout rooms are over.
I think
we
we're
are
all
back.
here.
Okay, good. All right, Costas, you have half an hour, including discussion, starting now.
Okay, well, hello everybody. Thanks for organizing this major event, and it's a pity we can't all be together to enjoy the delights of interaction. Hopefully next year. Well, this is a project, co-authored by Ben Friedrich from Northwestern, Lisa Lone from Uppsala FAU, and myself. And actually, it's within the context of a broader project on the master employer-employee data in Sweden. Has been going on for some time. Now, I guess I don't have to go through this too much, but I will, just to set myself up more or less in talking. So, why do we care about income inequality and income dynamics? Well, of course, it affects our design of taxation and welfare programs. That should be presumably a major motivation. It underlies our understanding of poverty and its persistence. It helps understand how careers are shaped, and of course, it underlies our understanding of risk and potentially insurance and so on. So it's kind of a field where a lot of subfields converge in interest, both from macro and from micro. Now, Sweden is, I think, particularly interesting to study because it's kind of a slightly, it's one of these Scandinavian countries with a great safety net, very strong, well, kind of strong, but compliant, let's call them, labor unions, generous work-related benefit and redistribution. At the same time, many changes have been taking place in Sweden, including in social welfare reform, but also there's a large and changing composition of immigrants, sufficient to alter the basic facts as we're going through time. And it's got a shrinking public sector, at least in terms of the number of people working there. So there's been other work in Sweden, including from many people in this room. I won't go through this. Okay, so there are basically a bunch of data sets that come together. The key data set here is Louise, which is provided from Statistics Sweden. We are using the waves from 1985 to 2016, and we include self-employment income. Everything is deflated to 2018 to the extent that it matters. what we're going to say. And minimum earnings threshold is basically the minimum wage in retail. So that's the earnings threshold that qualifies people to be in the data in any particular year, although we're going to do a little bit of robustness analysis, including zeros. And the other nice thing is that we have detailed education for the full population, because at least I'm of the opinion that when we look at income dynamics and inequality, it's really important to consider the role of education for various reasons. The first reason is because people of different skills play different roles in production, and they have been and technologies have been affecting different groups in a different way, in a not a simple way. And secondly, the composition of education groups has been changing quite dramatically over the years, at least in many countries. So it's important to be able to understand what comes from education and comes from elsewhere. Okay, so we have data on immigrants and yeah, that's so now let's look at a broad picture here. This is the evolution of inequality for men and for women. Men, women. What do you see? Well, basically, one of the things that's coming out of this story is that the early 1990s was a really special time for Sweden. We had this massive economic shock that led to a very large increase in inequality, particularly driven by a collapse of earnings at the bottom. And you can see it for men, a bit less for women, but it's kind of there. And after that event, we had a catch-up of the lower part of the distribution, which has led to something that manifests itself in overall decline in inequality. And the other, of course, element is the runaway growth in the top 0.1 percentile of the income distribution, of the earnings distribution. These are earnings, by the way. You can see this again in a summary here, where again you see this massive increase in inequality in the early 90s when Sweden went through this massive recession, and then a regular decline. And again, this is much more pronounced for men than for women. Indeed, inequality for women continued rising up to the late 90s, and then started a decline, larger or smaller, depending on what measure of inequality you take. The other feature that's quite interesting is this kind of inter-cohort growth in inequality. So basically, this is what you see here is the 90-10 differential for wages as people come into the labor market. And you see that the inequality for the cohorts that came in the early 90s was massively larger than the inequality for cohorts earlier on. Right? So, and then, but after that, there's been again kind of a decline, a regular decline, but we haven't gone back in any way to what was in the 1980s. So initial inequality was kind of quite low, but then has rapidly increasing. Okay, so now the earnings growth seems to be much more dispersed for women than it is for men. And the other interesting thing is that, you know, it seems to be kind of more cyclical for women than it is for men. But otherwise, it's actually quite large if you think about it. You know, we're kind of at the level of about 50% 90-10 differential in growth, 50-60%. And again, for women, it kind of rapidly increased in this period, but since then it's stabilized and kind of started declining. Now, certain events happened, right, that might have triggered these kind of events. So we had a decline of bargaining agreements after 98, 2000, a decline in the generosity of benefits in 2005. And we've had quite a lot of wages decentralization in the sense that wages are not as controlled as they are from kind of central bargaining between employers and workers. And this is possibly underlies these changes that we've been seeing here. Although it's a bit hard to tell. The earnings growth dispersion seems to be quite symmetric. There's no huge difference between 90-50 or 50-10 overall, although in the detail, one can see that different parts, we saw that inequality increased a lot at the bottom. So you can see this difference here in the early 90s, and again here we can see that the top of the distribution, had kind of more dispersion of wage growth than the bottom in the latter part of the year. And you get a similar picture if you smooth over 5 years, but it's just a smoother graph. Again, you can see the very large increase in dispersion of earnings growth for the bottom of the distribution, much lower for the top, and then it declines. Again, the thing that strikes me when I look at these graphs is this massive upheaval in the early 90s. Now, skewness is kind of quite interesting, very interesting actually. First, you kind of, this is zero here. And again, in the early 90s, we had this kind of huge negative skewness of earnings growth. Basically, what this is telling you some very large earnings decline. But then after that, it kind of turned positive. Like, in other words, overall, many positive increases, except, of course, here in this at this point and here where there's not much to write home about. For women, on the other hand, it's the fluctuations seem to be less dramatic, at least according to one of the measures of skewness, the coefficient of skewness. We have a positive skewness, while the Kelly measure gives some negative numbers. And kurtosis, well, seems to be declining. So, well, this is permanent income here. So I think this is kind of almost mechanical. For high levels of permanent income, you've got kind of lower kurtosis. For low levels, you've got higher kurtosis. That's true for basically all ages. Right? So that's good. These numbers here are wrong, but the substance is right. So to get the right number here, just multiply by 2.5 and you'll be okay. So we see some kind of mobility. So here's the median. Oops. At the median, we stay at the median. But then when you go above me, well, I mean, this is what you'd expect, I guess. You've got some downward mobility for people who have high levels of permanent income, some upwards mobility for people who have low levels of permanent income. I mean, permanent income here is just a moving average over a limited number of years, so it does still include transitory shocks. So you might think that this reflects some regression to the mean. Right? Now, at this point, we're going to start looking at two things: the role of immigration, well, three things actually: the role of education, the role of immigrants, and the role of the public sector. All three important features of the Swedish labor market. The public sector is going to be particularly important for women. So first of all, let me make it clear, the composition effects are quite massive. So we have a regular increase in the proportion of both women and men in education. For women, we have this acceleration in participation. We have the same phenomenon we've seen in other countries like the UK and the US. We have more women college graduates at an increasing rate than men. We also have a regular increase in the proportion of immigrants. Immigrants are defined here as foreign-born individuals who are highly educated. So immigrants are shifting towards better educated immigrants. So let's try and look a bit at more fine-grained details that relate to education. So I'm going to focus on basically two graphs: the level and the trend in the standard deviation. So if you look, for example, here at the low-educated women, the low-educated people, the standard deviation of earnings is much lower than it is for high-educated people. And then you get the same exact pattern if you split up the sample further by male and female. So the dispersion of earnings is much higher for higher educated individuals than it is for lower educated individuals. And consequently, changes of the educational composition towards better educated individuals is going to drive part of the changes in inequality that we see. And here's the trend in the trends, right? So these are the changes. Kind of think of fitting a linear trend to inequality. So you can see that the inequality among lower educated individuals is declining, but inequality among the higher educated individuals is increasing. Okay, so that's why we felt that it's very important to distinguish between the two. And these patterns replicate themselves when you look at, when you break down by gender. For earnings growth as well, you get important differences by education. The standard deviation of earnings growth is higher for highly educated individuals and lower for lower educated individuals. Interesting here, well, we know that already, right? Because we saw the dispersion of earnings growth for women was much higher, and this is replicated here, of course, and it's even higher for higher educated women than for lower educated women. And these here are the men, right? Same ranking, but much lower overall dispersion. Okay, I will not talk about that because I'm kind of running out of time. Skewness of earnings growth here, you can see that it's basically negative throughout, but you can see that it's particularly negative for low educated individuals than for higher educated individuals. Okay, so lower educated individuals are suffering occasionally very large declines in earnings growth. And okay, good. This is another important issue that we would like to raise here, that the patterns when you look at earnings and the pattern when you look at monthly earnings. In other words, earnings includes the fluctuations in employment within the year, while and changes, while wages include just monthly earnings. So they're closer to a wage rate, if you like. So the standard deviation of wages is much, much lower than the standard deviation of overall earnings. And this is also important for when you look at kind of skewness and the business cycle, right? So the average skewness coefficient for wages is actually positive, while for earnings it's negative. So the distinction of intensive and extensive margin here is very important if we're going to understand dynamics. And it also appears in what happens over the life cycle. So what this is showing you here is the following. It's looking at age, so you can think of this graph here as going across cohorts. And these graphs here that go down are life cycle. And you can see the dispersion of life cycle earnings declines with age, something that I'm not used to seeing. But this is driven by hours. When you look at wages, you can see an increase in life cycle dispersion.
5 minutes, Kostas.
5 minutes, including discussion, you mean?
No, plus discussion.
Ah, okay. So this is a really important difference. And so in terms of what we think is happening over the life cycle, the intensive and extensive margin distinction becomes very, very important. When you look at education, you can these are women, for example. You see that dispersion of the life cycle is kind of flat. But when you look at higher educated women, these are the low educated women. When you look at higher educated women, you see dispersion rising over the life cycle. Okay, which is, if you like, consistent with well, with either a kind of a non-stationary component in the stochastic structure, or possibly some heterogeneous growth, or both, more likely. Let me just skip the public versus private sector and just show you a little bit about immigration. This is what's happening to immigration, right? It's going up quite heavily after the mid-90s, and let's look at earnings inequality among immigrants. So overall, these are the natives, these are the immigrants. So these are the male low educated immigrants. These are the male high educated immigrants with more dispersion. Perhaps that's natural, perhaps there's more heterogeneity in skill, in skill over and above the classification of high and low educated. Okay. Earnings volatility is larger for immigrants than it is for natives, and for each gender education group, especially for men. So I'm getting a bit conscious with time. We then look at experiments on disposable income. That's very important in Sweden because of the total amount of transfers. We kind of see different patterns in the percentiles of disposable income here, and we certainly don't. It's kind of increasing in variance. The reason it's increasing in variance because we've had quite a lot of social welfare reform that has affected the dispersion there, together with everything else that's going on. Okay, so I think I'm going to stop there. As you can see, there are many interesting patterns, many interesting potential causes. So immigration, change in education structure, change in welfare structure, and of course the big shock of the early 90s all feature very strongly in what we see in the evolving distribution of Swedish income and earnings.
But you have another minute, Kostas, before you're 25.
Yeah, but I have to keep my, it's better to finish in a smooth way rather than abruptly be interrupted by you.
Good. So there are a number of questions in the chat. One, of course, is what is driving this pattern? One proposed explanation might be the role of unions, union bargaining wages, which presumably would bind much more for the low educated than high educated. Another piece could be the way the welfare state is set up. So there's a very high replacement rate for stuff like parental leave, unemployment benefits, sickness benefits, etc. Like I guess 80–90%, up to a threshold, to a cap. And the high educated are typically above that cap. That could be something that mechanically, when a high educated person goes through an unemployment spell, you get a big decline in earnings plus benefits. But when a low educated goes through the same thing, you hardly see any change.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Of course, to disentangle all these impacts, I think we need to go into models, and some of these things are going to be quite hard to disentangle anyway because they're basically big aggregate effects. One thing I'd like to point out is that no explanation is going to be particularly easy. I look at this graph here, the original one. Where is it? Here. And I see after the big shock of the early 90s, I see the lower part of the distribution catching up. So at the same time, I know that unions have been weakened. Right? So I don't think there's a straightforward explanation there. The weakening of the unions or the union bargaining power interacts, of course, with the tightening up of the welfare state that happened over that period, the reduction in replacement rates, and so on. So I think it's an interesting story without a totally straightforward single explanation.
Other questions? People like to. Kristen, you had a number of points you wanted to raise in that you raised in the chat. Perhaps you want to.
I have one quick question. Kostas, did you have a chance to separate immigrants, like first-generation immigrants and second-generation, and see if there is some sort of convergence? Well,
that's a really interesting question. I think we should do a very nice project on that. No, we didn't. Here we define immigrants as foreign-born.
Okay.
Well, that's a beautiful question, as you know. I think there has been work in Sweden about this, but I can't at the moment just refer you to something that I know.
Yeah, in this particular context, I think it would be interesting to know too. Very nice.
So you must have been very surprised, Kostas, when you saw this dramatic difference across skills. Kostas? Costa seems to be missing in action.
The shock was that big. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to?
I mean, I can add some more questions if you have them.
Do that. What are you thinking, Benjamin?
On the project? No. I'm one of the one of the contributors to this project in Sweden. So
Yeah.
I can. What do I think about it?
Yes.
Well, if you think about the literature on Sweden inequality, then it's been documented as one of the fastest rising, starting from a low level. But all these papers look at disposable income. So we found it important to also connect to that, because in the end didn't have the time to look at that, show you the slides for that. So one interesting piece here is that, you know, earnings inequality since 2000 was basically declining gradually after this big increase in the 90s, right? And we can point to different changes. I think the selection going into work also changes during that time because of what you said about the ceilings on generosity, the lower generosity for benefits and all these things. And so we can see that when we look at earnings plus work-related benefits, and then going from that measure to disposable income. And it, you know, these move very differently over time. And so just holding them next to each other, I think is really interesting. I mean, both connecting to the consumption inequality literature, but also connecting to the World Inequality Database and the evidence that Sweden is one of the fastest rising inequality countries with fastest rising inequality. But at the same time, you know, in the labor market, we don't see it. We see it because of changes in the transfer system and redistribution mostly. Yeah.
Well, you showed that there was a big increase in inequality until 2000, and from then on, there was the decline in inequality. Now we have to go to the next team, which is the US. I don't know if it's John or Kevin who is going to talk, but the one who speak.
Kevin's going to talk. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. We're going to talk about global income dynamics in the US. This joint work with John Abowd. He's actually here today. Woo, can't believe it. Here we go. Standard acknowledgement and disclaimer. This research is all our own. It's not any official position of the US Census Bureau. Results have been officially released by the Disclosure Review Board, and LAHD has been supported over the year by various grants from various institutions. So we're going to use the Census Bureau's longitudinal employer household dynamics data, LAHD for short. That's linked employer-employee administrative data. Covers private firms, state and local governments. We do have some federal data, but it doesn't cover the whole time period. So federal workers are going to be excluded here. Our analysis variable is real annual earnings at all jobs. Deflators the 2018 PCE. The analysis period is going to run from 1998 to 2017, at least for Part A. Part B is going to be a little bit different. Okay. And so we receive unemployment insurance reports. They're firm-based, they're quarterly, and they're reported by the firm, all the employees they have during the quarter, the earnings. They can report any 9-digit number associated with those earnings reports. We're going to restrict our analysis to 9-digit numbers that match the SSA's NUMIDENT, the register of Social Security numbers that have ever been issued, in order to give us a consistent person frame over time. There's also, even within that set of Social Security numbers, sort of SSN misuse that goes on. So we want to try and, to the best that we can, assign earnings to the appropriate person over the time period. And so often multiple people will end up using the same Social Security number. They'll use a Social Security number that was issued, but it wasn't actually active yet, or the workers reported dead, yet they still continue having earnings. So these kind of sort of obvious misuse cases, we're going to remove from the data. And in some of the other work we've done, this type of harmonizing or consistency checking of the data actually has significant impacts on the results. Okay. And so then we're going to use workers ages 25 to 55. We set a minimum wage. This is sort of the standard version recommended in the code, 260 times the US minimum hourly wage, which is about $1,900 in 2018 PC discounted. So the worker must be employed with at least one UI covered firm in a state year with data received by LAHD, and that relates to sort of entry and exit that's going to go on over the earlier part of the sample period here. Total sample size is about 1.8 billion person year records. This next graph shows a bit about the state entry and exit over the early part of the sample up until 2004. There's some of the smaller states are missing, and you can see the blue line in the graph that shows the percent of QCW 2012 Q1 employment. So that's just the state missingness and how it potentially affects our sample. The red line is the actual sample, and you can see that that almost overlies the blue line fairly well. That's actually the percent of 2016 employment, and so you can see the dips in employment during the early 2000s recession and then the Great Recession in 2008. You can also see the really long recovery from the Great Recession. Employment didn't fully recover till about 2016 in the US. Okay, so our Part A results, they're basically the same as last time. I'm going to give a brief overview of the Part A results. We have all the extra graphs. If people want to take a look at them, I'll be happy to send them to anyone who wants them. The results are for all workers unless it's stated otherwise on the graph. Okay, so first we'll start off with earnings inequality. I think not surprising, we see that earnings inequality is increasing. I see this sort of fanning out of the percentiles. The early part of the sample might be affected by some of the entry and exit there, but from 2000, 2001 on, you can see sort of the results you might expect. There is a bit of a dip for the lower percentile, starts maybe at the first recession, then continues on right up until about the beginning of the Great Recession, and then it sort of syncs up with the other lines. You can see there's actually real earnings growth in the annual earnings distributions. That's going to change a bit in the permanent income when we get there. Okay. In the US, one big part of the story I know that's been looked at is sort of this top earnings percentile. You can definitely see growth in the 99th percentile, substantial growth over the period. The 99.99 and 99.9, they grow at about the same rate on average, but there's substantial, year-to-year variation as workers get positive and negative earnings shocks. It's definitely related to the business cycle here to a large extent as well. And so here's the permanent income results, the sort of 3-year earnings average. And you can see here the results differ a fair amount. You still have this growth at the top, real earnings growth at the top. But for workers sort of below the median, they're either having no growth, no real earnings growth, or actually declines over the period. And this difference between the long and the sort of annual earnings inequality results is something we're going to focus on a bit more in Part B that you'll see. Okay. And then here you can see the growth in the top of the earnings distribution for the permanent income. It's a bit less than you see in the annual income. A lot of those shocks seem to be 1-year large shocks to earnings. And then you can really see the top of the distribution is affected by the business cycle effects, sort of more than the P99, which is the top 2, of course. So inequality is generally increasing over time, differences between annual and the permanent income component. Okay. Next, we're going to take a look at volatility, dispersion of the sort of change in the residualized log earnings is declining over time. This is the 90-10. This actually syncs up pretty well with sort of the standard measure where you look at the variance of the difference in log earnings that's typically used in the literature. But there's this decline in dispersion over the period. That result seems to be fairly robust, at least in LHD and the administrative data sets. The survey results differ a bit if you take a look at the literature for the US. Here's the longer term dispersion of the change in log earnings residual. And here it's not quite as smooth, still this downward trend, but there's definitely some more cyclical effects or something going on in 2004 that differs a bit from the 1-year results. Okay. So here's the skewness We've seen this before as well. Definitely cyclical effects. It's generally positive and growing perhaps a bit over the period, not too much for the 1 year, but definitely you see these cyclical effects again where it goes negative during the recessions. And then here's the 5-year skewness results. And you sort of still see this pattern of the dips during the recessions, but then there's a big divergence between 2004 and 2007 between the Kelly and the coefficient of skewness. Not really sure what's going on there. Generally, the long-term skewness is increasing over time, which is a bit consistent, although it's stronger in the longer period results. There. So dispersion is decreasing. That's consistent with other results, at least administrative data for the US results in the literature. Okay. And then finally, mobility. So we're just going to take a look at the permanent earnings compared with permanent earnings in subsequent years and how those vary. And there's generally kind of the result that you expect. If you're in the middle, you tend to stay in the middle. If you're at the top, you tend to go down. If you're in the bottom, you tend to go up. So there's this mean reversion. It's stronger the longer the time period goes on. So the first one's 5 years, the next one's 10 years. And this does sort of relate a bit to the decreased mobility here that we see as well. One thing I wanted to point out as well in the US, that there is generally sort of less mobility going on in the later years. This graph only goes to 2013. It's a bit low, but if you look at the flows of workers in and out of the top 20% of the earnings distribution, it's generally declining a bit over the period. And so to sort of summarize up what we see in the US, we talked about the mobility, that's the top, but overall, generally we see inequalities increasing, volatility is decreasing, and then mobility is generally decreasing as well over time, especially in and out of the top part of the earnings distribution. Okay, so that's sort of generally what the overall volatility, mobility, and inequality trends look like in the US. And then in part B, we're sort of switching up from the results that we presented the first time. We're going to take a look at long-term earnings by various demographic groups. And so we want to take advantage of this sort of long time series that we have to take a look at these long-term earnings outcomes for 20 demographic groups defined by foreign-born, sex, race, and ethnicity. And in a lot of the work we've done previously, labor force attachment, especially for workers at the bottom, varies significantly across groups. And this is going to play an important role in long-term earnings outcomes. But even if you condition on work history, so if you look at workers' long-term work history and control for that, there's still large differences in earnings across the groups, even if you control for sort of labor force attachment over the period. And so here's some statistics that sort of set up the background here for what we're trying to take a look at. So at the bottom, especially when you look at earnings, and LAHD and a lot of the administrative data sets have a really large number of low earnings workers. And so these sort of short duration jobs that typically aren't captured in survey data are captured in administrative data. And that sort of changes the picture about who's actually active in the workforce at a given point in time when you look at administrative versus survey data. And so for workers at the bottom 20% of the earnings distribution, wages play an important role, but it's also whether you work the entire year. If you're working multiple part-time jobs, or if you're sort of a stable employee, sorry. And so that segues into sort of the next results on volatility. And if you look at volatility, there's this set of the workforce that really drives almost all the volatility results, at least in the US. So if you take a 2-year period and look at workers that change employers or have gaps in quarterly earnings, just the 35% of workers that have some type of break or change in their work history, they explain about 95% of overall year-to-year earnings volatility. So the other 65% are typically just in the same job. Their earnings don't change very much, and they're pretty stable from year to year with occasional changes. Okay, and so these results suggest that heterogeneity in workers' labor supply is an important component of sort of earnings inequality. And if a worker experiences a single break or gap in earnings, well, this non-random assignment of 0 or low earnings years is going to increase long-term earnings inequality. And that's what we want to take a look at here across these groups. Okay, we're going to use a similar sample as we did for part A, the basic sample selection rules where we try to eliminate some of the identifier misuse and so on, same basic sample here. However, in this case, we're only going to look at the data from 2004 to 2015. So we're going to look at the period where we receive continuous reports from all the states. So we can basically see the complete picture of everyone working in the US, all 50 states plus DC. There's no state entry and exit over that period. It includes the period before, during, and after the Great Recession. So that's pretty nice. We can see what's going on as macroeconomic conditions change. And we're going to follow a single cohort of eligible workers aged 24 to 54 in 2004 for the 12-year period. And we're going to look at workers that are active in at least one of the years, and they're eligible all 12 years. So they were never reported dead by SSA. It's not a big reduction in the sample. It's a bit less than 2%, but it makes the analysis a little easier since everyone is available for the entire, or eligible for the entire 12 years. Okay, and so this just gives you a bit of an overview of the sample. So if we look in 2004, remember we're going to select workers that are aged 25 to 54 in 2004, and then of course they age over the period. And by 2015, they're 36 to 65 years old. And then we're going to present some results for various age cohorts, and you can see the age cohorts there in the first column. So 25 to 34, 35 to 44, and then 45 to 54. Are the three age cohorts. And then we're going to look at basically 4 different analysis variables. So we're going to have annual real earnings from all reported jobs. That's a yearly variable. And then we're going to take the average of those annual real earnings over the entire sample period. And that's going to include 0 earnings values as well. Although, of course, that value, the average annual real earnings doesn't have any zeros because you had to work at least one of the years in the sample. And then annual activity status. And then we're going to trait this long-term work history variable that is based on the pattern of full year active, partial year active, and inactive years. So what does the sample look like? It's 109 million persons. The total number of observations, just 12 times 109 because everybody's eligible every year. The active person years are about 78% in a given year. So on average, 23% of the workers aren't active in a given year. So there's quite a big margin there for workers to basically move in and out of the labor force. You see a lot of movement, especially you're going to see at the bottom part of the earnings distribution. And so if we look at log annual real earnings, the mean's 10.28 on average for a given year. The standard deviation is 1.2. But if you look at log average annual real earnings, the mean's less and the standard deviation is larger. And that's basically due to these 0 earnings years that reduce the mean and basically increase the standard deviation. Okay. And so the next graph here is going to take a look at sort of the activity of each at a given point in time of the sample for the various age cohorts. So the blue and the red line, they're the 2 younger age cohorts. So they're 25 to 34 in 2004 and 35 to 44 in 2004. And then cohort 3 are the older workers, 45 to 54. And you can see the big shock during the Great Recession where labor force participation basically declines. It sort of recovers a bit for the younger workers, but the middle cohort, it actually still declines over the whole period, albeit at a much slower rate. You can see the older workers, of course, some of those are leaving the workforce or entering retirement, and they have a big decline in participation over the period, perhaps with a bit of a nudge during the Great Recession there. And then the next graph takes a look at mean log annual earnings by age cohort and year. And you can see the earnings growth. Remember, we're following the same workers over time. There's really strong earnings growth for the young workers, a bit less so for the older workers. The middle-aged workers, cohort 2, the red line. And you can also see that when they're in 2014, when they're about the same age, the young cohort as the middle cohort, when they entered the sample in 2004, earnings are actually a bit higher for the younger workers at that point in their career. And then the older workers basically have a drop off in the Great Recession and are relatively flat over the period. And then here's the standard deviation of log average annual earnings each year. You can see this sort of increase during the Great Recession and then a decline over the period which is sort of consistent with some of the other results we've seen in the literature. And you also see the big increase in standard deviation of log earnings as older workers move into sort of potentially part-time employment, for example, from their full-time jobs as well. Okay. And so long-term earnings, we're going to take these various categories and look at the distribution of the annual real earnings by these different demographic groups. The race ethnicity detail, we're going to collapse a bit. There would have been 32 groups, but we collapse it to these main groups: white non-Hispanic, white Hispanic, black non-Hispanic, Asian non-Hispanic, and all other, giving us the 20 demographic groups. Okay, and our reference here is going to be white male, native white male, non-Hispanic earnings. And here you can see the percentiles, the long-term average annual earnings distribution. It's about 38,000 or 39,000 at the median, 3,500 at the 10th percentile, and 110,000 at the 90th percentile. Okay, and then the next graph is going to compare various native male groups to white non-Hispanic males. And you can see the white non-Hispanic males, they're that one line in the middle, the teal line. And at each of the percentiles, how does each group compare relative to white non-Hispanic males? And so the line above on the top is actually Asian non-Hispanic males. And then you can see on the very bottom is black non-Hispanic males. And there's generally going to be an upward pattern in these lines across the various categories. So workers at the bottom of the earnings distribution actually have relatively low earnings compared to non-Hispanic white males than workers at the top, although the gaps are still pretty substantial even at the top. For example, the black non-Hispanic males are about half the earnings, even at the top percentiles, P75 and P90. And then here's foreign-born males. You can see once again, Asian non-Hispanic and then white non-Hispanic actually do better at the top, worse at the bottom. You can see the upward trend. Females, native females, somewhat similar. Asian non-Hispanic, relatively close to the white non-Hispanic. The rest are down below with this sort of increasing trend. And then here, black non-Hispanic for foreign-born females actually has a different trend than any of the other lines, where they're actually closer at the bottom of the earnings distribution and not the top. Okay, so there's large differences in long-term earnings across different demographic groups. We pointed out the difference between the Asian groups and the black non-Hispanic males. Okay, and now we're going to take a look and see how does work history play into this. So we're going to create this long-term measure of labor supply based on firm reports of employer quarterly earnings. We create 4 categories: mostly inactive, intermediate inactive, or intermediate active, mostly full year active, and then always full year active. So perhaps importantly, almost a third of the sample has activity every single quarter of all 12 years. So they're strongly attached to the labor market. If you look at category 3, it's another 30%. So about 60% of the sample is really strongly attached to the labor market. The group 3 only has potentially, I think at most, a 1 or 2 year gap. And then they're full year employed the rest of the time. But it's typically less than that. It might only be a much smaller partial year, for example, out of work.
8 minutes, including discussion.
Okay. And so this is what the distribution looks like for the native white males. And you can see they're a bit stronger attachment to the labor market than the overall sample. 35% are always full year active. Here's what the earnings look like for the different groups. You can see there's overlap for the various earnings groups, but they generally increase as labor supply increases. So if you're always full year active, that's the purple line at the top. It increases strongly when you go from P90 to P10. When you look at the same percentiles, they're always greater, but like I said, some of the earnings for less attached groups actually overlap with the more stronger attached groups to the labor market. Okay, so here we're going to take a look at black males. And so black males have very different long-term labor supply characteristics. It's almost the inverse of native white males. And so, for example, at the bottom, they're 1.7 times more likely to be mostly inactive, 1.2 times medium inactive, and then about only 60% of Black males are always full year active relative to what the white non-Hispanic males would be. And so that's going to play into the overall difference in the earnings distribution. This big chunk of workers that aren't really very active at the bottom of the distribution, even if their earnings are the same, that's going to affect the overall earnings distribution. And you can see that here. And so there are still large earnings gaps, and they actually tend to increase as you go up the earnings distribution. So if you look at always full year active Black male workers, they only make on average about 60% at the top of the earnings distribution that non-Hispanic white males would. And so even though there's these gaps within the labor supply classes, both of these effects in this case are going to drive this difference that we see in the earnings distribution, both at the bottom and at the top here. But for other groups, that's not necessarily going to be the case. So if we take a look at Asian, what did I pick? I can't read it because it's blocking the thing. Foreign-born non-Hispanic males, I think I picked. They actually have sort of this similar pattern of less attachment to the labor force, but yet if you look at if you control for the labor force attachment and look at earnings within those groups, they actually look fairly good compared to native white males. But that's going to still affect their earnings distribution in ways that you might expect. So this group on the bottom, this mostly inactive, they're going to affect the bottom of the distribution, whereas these workers at the top that make relatively higher earnings, even though there's not as many of them compared to white males, they're going to affect the overall earnings distribution that you see here. And so at the bottom, you get foreign-born Asian non-Hispanic males, their earnings distribution is below or less, but once it crosses over at some point between the P50 and P75, you can see that the higher earnings for this group kicks in and their earnings are above non-Hispanic white males. Okay, so our goal is basically to take these differences across the groups and see if we can use some of the additional detail that we have at LAHD to explain some of these differences. And some of the possibilities are skill measures, education and occupation. We have firm information, firm location, industry and size, sorry. We have AKM person and firm effects, which we've looked at before, and also possibly interesting tenure as well. So we have, if tenure differences, given the sort of lower mobility that we see in the US, within returns to staying at the same firm, potentially are more important and could differ significantly across these groups.
Kevin, it would be good if you get to a close, so
that's it. Your request is my.
All right, perfect. Let's open up for, there's been a number of questions in the chat. John, you've been involved in the chatting. Perhaps you want to speak up.
Well, I'm happy to say hi to everyone, but I think Kevin is much better placed to answer most of the questions. I tried to address the ones I knew the answers to in the chat room. Hello, everyone.
Yeah.
I can't see the chat right now, so.
Economists, I'm away from the world of the Census Bureau, which is right there in case you're interested.
So Chedin, maybe you can pick up one or two questions that were interesting, so opens up a little bit more the discussion.
Yes. Okay. So I think it's interesting, this issue of intermittent labor force participation. Perhaps you want to this seems to be you emphasize that this is something that the survey data don't really pick, that the survey data are not very good at picking up. What are the facts that change once you exploit those data?
I'm sorry, I didn't really get the question. Sorry.
Okay, so You
The
emphasized.
question comes from out of the chat room, Kevin, which you were probably not monitoring, but I was. The differences between our administrative-based measures and survey measures. So I talked about the lower end of the income distribution.
Yeah, that's where it really is. You capture all these short duration jobs in the administrative data that just aren't present in the survey data, and so you can get a really long period where you can observe these intermittent low attachment to the labor force workers. And I wish we had household data too, because it would be nice to see, to have a better understanding of exactly who these workers are. Since they don't typically show up in survey data, people just fail to report these sort of short duration, low earnings jobs. But there's people that do this, repeatedly. And so a lot of the low earnings in a given year some of it are full-time workers that have temporarily lost their job and are out of the workforce and recover relatively quickly. But there's another big chunk of the workforce that, at least in the formal sector, remember, we don't get informal jobs or some types of Uber and things like that have come up lately over the period either. So they come in, earn a couple $1,000s, and then they disappear for part of the year and then come back later. And it may not be regular. It's not just a seasonal thing. It's this sort of sporadic job holding that shows up on our radar in the administrative data. So, but it's still, if you're thinking about inequality, especially, I wouldn't want to ignore those workers. I think they're important to keep in and understand what's going on with them. Like I said, it would be nice to have the household component to see whether there's another income that associated with these low earning workers, but we haven't done that yet. So,
when looking at all these different countries, it's really stunning to see the sharp differences after 2000, where you have inequality continuing increasing in the US and basically falling everywhere else.
Yep. But there's big differences across groups. Like you can see the black males, it's huge the difference between black and white males in terms of this sort of sporadic participation in the labor market. And it has a big role to play in the inequality story between those two groups, especially, for example. And you combine that with their relatively low earnings, even when they're fully participating. I don't know if there's an industry story here, sort of a job network story. Are they not getting employment at sort of the good, relatively high paying firms as well, even when they do, signal that they're working full time in the labor market? There might be a skill component as well. But I think that's some of the interesting stuff that I think we'd like to explore once we have time to dig into the data a bit more.
Thanks, super interesting. Now, unfortunately, we have to close the discussion and go to a breakout room. And it's the same deal for those who haven't been there before. If you have an updated program, there will be join a breakout room. Sign is going to appear on your screen and you choose. So see you there.
Bye, everyone. I've got to go back to my day job.
Bye-bye.
We should have everybody back from the breakout rooms in about 30 seconds. And then Luigi will give introduction.
Okay, so I think I'm the chair for the very last session. So let's wait for the end of the breakout room. Is it the breakout room over?
Yep, they're all done.
Oh, okay, so perfect. So the last presentation for the day is is it Lance presenting?
It's Youngmin.
Oh, sorry, Yanmin. Apologies. Okay, Yanmin presenting the paper on Canada, and then we'll have a breakout room just for Canada. So if you are not interested in joining, of course, don't join it. And then we have a sort of virtual lunch, dinner. Again, that is completely up to you, whether you want to join it or not. We're gonna give after breakout room like 5 minutes just for you to stretch or maybe grab a sandwich or grab whatever lunch. And then if you're interested in joining the lunch room, you all welcome. It's just going to be not mostly talking about papers, but it's mostly, you know, just chatting, chit-chatting among friends. So that is the part that is going to be left after the breakout room. Okay, so we're going to give a little bit more detail after. Okay, take it away, Youngmin. Thanks.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Youngmin, and I'm gonna present part A for Canada. So in this project, we're going to use tax data from 1983 till 2016. So we have everyone who filed their taxes. We don't observe their education or hours worked, but we can link them to their employers. So we are going to use that for part B. So in Canada, there's no national minimum wage. So we are going to construct earnings threshold based on the lowest value of provincial minimum wages. And in part B, we are going to link this individual earnings dynamics to variables such as employer size and growth, as well as layoffs. So let me highlight the 3 main findings of our paper. First, there have been only modest changes in inequality and dynamics of earnings in the long run in Canada, but there are a few exceptions. Gender earnings gap declined, and earnings at the very top increased dramatically, especially during the 90s. And more generally, inequality increased at the top half of the distribution and decreased at the bottom half. So the inequality has been relatively stable. Overall inequality has been stable. The second main finding is that earnings inequality and volatility increased sharply during recessions. In particular, men at the bottom of the distribution and younger workers suffer the most during recessions, but also very high earners are very sensitive to the business cycle as well. We also find that this high volatility during recession, earnings volatility during recessions is entirely driven by the greater downside risk during recessions. Third, we find that individual earnings dynamics is strongly related to firm size and growth. So workers at small or fast-growing firms experience high earnings growth and face greater upside risk, while the opposite is true for laid-off workers and those at shrinking firms. So before getting into the details, let me talk briefly about what happened in Canada during this period. Over time, there's been economic growth as measured by a real GDP per capita, and more and more women participated in the labor market. And during this time, there have been 2 major recessions, one in the early 90s and the Great Recession. And the early 90s recession was very severe, and that's partly because of the tight monetary and fiscal policies. The Canadian government already had a lot of debt at the beginning of the recession, and the central bank was fighting against inflation. But the early 90s was also when Canada was going through a major reallocation because of increasing exposure to international trade. So it might have had a lasting impact on earnings distribution. More recently, after 2000, the rising oil price and minimum wages also affected the wage distribution in Canada. So let me begin with the earnings inequality measures. So here we show the changes in the percentiles of log earnings for men and women. And you can notice that earnings increase faster for women compared to men. And for men, P25 and P50 didn't even grow in the long run, while P90 and 95 grew faster than P9 and P10. And this slower growth of median earnings compared to the top and bottom can be also seen for women. So if you focus on cyclical variations, we can see that earnings, male earnings at the bottom of the distribution below median, they decline sharply during recessions, especially during the early 90s recession. On the other hand, we don't see strong cyclicality in female earnings. So now we focus on, we add the two top percentiles, top 1% and 0.1%, and we are going to focus on how these evolved compared to other percentiles. We can see that these top percentiles grew much more than the other percentiles in the upper half of the distribution. And the growth was stronger for male compared to women, and most of these happened during the 90s. And we can also see some cyclical patterns here that although the top earnings increased in the long run, they declined sharply during economic downturns. And for men, this top 0.1% didn't recover after the decline during the Great Recession. And these patterns are pretty similar to the patterns of the top earnings shares. So we've seen that earnings at the top and bottom of the distribution increase in the long run. So as a result, the overall earnings inequality didn't change a lot during this time. For men, it increased a little bit, and for women, it declined slightly. And we can see some cyclical patterns in the dispersion. For men, we can see a sharper, more cyclical patterns that dispersion increased during these two recessions. And in particular, the rise during the early 90s recession had a very persistent effect. So we've seen that the middle income has been relatively stagnant while top and bottom increase. So as a result, we can see different patterns in inequality at the upper half and bottom half of the distribution. The inequality increased at the top half of the distribution for both men and women, while it increased at the bottom half. And this, we can see that the bottom half dispersion is increasing during recessions. So that drives this counter-cyclical dispersion in earnings. So now we are going to look at three different measures of inequality for the combined sample of men and women. And these different measures tell a little bit different stories. If you look at earnings dispersion, it decreased slightly in the long run. And a big part of that is driven by the decreasing gender earnings gap. And Gini coefficient increased until mid-2000 and then decreased. And this looks pretty similar to what happened to the top earnings. And if you look at earning share, they're going to different quintile of earnings. The share of the top quintile looks pretty similar to the Gini coefficient. And the share, the bottom quintile share didn't change much. And the shares that going to the middle quintiles decrease in the long run. That reflects that the fact that the middle income has been relatively stagnant compared to the top and bottom. So Now we are looking at differences in earnings by age and cohort. Here we are only showing median earnings. You can notice that earnings at age 25 declined in the long run for both men and women, while earnings at earnings of older workers increased slightly. So this means that the life cycle profile has steepened over time. We can also see the large impact of the early 90s recession for younger workers. Earnings at 25 declined substantially during the early 90s recession, while it didn't have much impact on median earnings of older workers. So next, we are going to turn to the distribution of one-year earnings growth. So dispersion of earnings growth or volatility of earnings didn't change much in the long run for both men and women, but we see a strong cyclicality for men. Earnings volatility increased during these two recessions for men. For women, women experience higher earnings volatility compared to men, but volatility is less cyclical. Now, skewness doesn't show strong long-run trends either, but we can see that earnings growth become more negatively skewed during recessions. And again, for men, this cyclicality is stronger compared to women. Lastly, we find heterogeneity in this earnings growth distribution by age and earnings levels. So high earners and older workers experience lower dispersion and lower skewness and higher kurtosis in their earnings growth. And that's consistent with US evidence. So this is the end of part A, and next, Emilian is going to present part B.
All right, so let's move on to the country-specific part, and for us, we're going to look at the role of firm dynamics. And so the motivation is that if you look at what we've seen in the first part of this project, but also across countries, is that aggregate fluctuations have large effects on the earnings dynamics of workers. In the Canadian context, we have that huge recession in early 90s and earnings growth collapse and earnings risk as measured by dispersion and skewness increases. Now we want to move to a more micro level, and in particular, we'll look at employment dynamics at the firm level. And so to be precise, the question we're after is how does the employment dynamics of a firm affect the earnings growth of its workers? Now, the last time that we presented, we had a bunch of questions regarding can we kind of have a more granular analysis incorporating worker heterogeneity? So we have that, and we'll present some of it today. Now, to make this analysis possible, I don't want to go too much into the details, but we need to construct a matched employer-employee sample. We're using that relatively new data set created by Hu Zhu at Statistics Canada that links a number of admin files. We use the same restrictions for the worker side as in part A. And then for the restrictions on the firm side, then we're going to focus on private sector, incorporated firms, 5+ employees. Now we go in detail in the paper of comparing what that implies for selection. I just want to raise kind of 2 points. One, the workers in our matched sample, they look a lot like the full population. There's more men than women though in our restricted sample, potentially because we drop public sector industries. And also firms are bigger just by almost construction that we drop the smallest firms. So we're going to organize the results in this part of the paper into 4 main facts. And let me just first read them. So we have that first, the average earnings growth of workers is decreasing in the size of their employer. So size being the number of employee. 2, we have that earnings growth dispersion is also decreasing in firm size. 3, we have that earnings, so that average earnings growth is increasing in employment growth. So workers are worth at fast-growing firms tend to have higher earnings growth. And then finally, we have number 4, that earnings growth dispersion is a U-shaped function of employment growth. Now, we can't go into too much detail for the presentation today. Facts 1 and 2, they're very interesting. They're perhaps a little bit less surprising. They're sort of consistent if you think that we live in a world where there's a job ladder and firm size, and that's going to be totally consistent. So I want to spend more time on 3 and 4 today. Yes, for the definitions of the variables, maybe I'll introduce them when I show you the graph. So let's move on to the first fact. The picture on the left, we're plotting the average earnings growth of different groups of workers that work at different firms, right? So here, the first firm size group is firms that have 5 to 10 employees. Their workers, they have on average 6% annual earnings growth. Now, I want to mention that every time we say earnings growth, it's residual earnings growth. So it's not growth that's predictable on the basis of observable worker characteristic. And at the other end of the spectrum, workers at very large firms, and they have lower earnings growth. So the differential is quite large, about 2 percentage points annually, and especially if these differences compound over time, that can be large. But moving on to the figure on the right, we see that the pattern we're uncovering is really related to movers, right? So from year T to T+1, some workers will change the firm that they work at. And here we're breaking down the analysis between stayers, laid off movers, those who change firms, but there's a layoff in between. And then we have these non-laid off movers, the red line, they change firm, there was no layoff. And now we see that for stayers, there's just nothing. So your earnings growth, if you stay at your firm, it's unrelated to the size of the firm. But then if you change firm, it's really inversely related to the size. Now that's totally consistent with Bernard Mortensen or a job ladder view of the labor market. So in particular, if you think that large firms are more productive, pay higher wages. If you quit a small firm, the odds are that you're moving to a better firm that pays higher. So on average, you have higher earnings growth. So that's for the fact 1. We go a bit more in detail in the paper. Now we're going to move to the second moment and like how earnings growth dispersion varies across firm size groups. So dispersion here is defined as this 90-10 percentile ratio, just as in part A. And now what we see is that earnings growth dispersion is strongly decreasing into the size of your current employer. Okay, and I just want to mention that these magnitudes are huge. This 25 log point between the workers at the smallest firms and the largest firm is huge. And what do I mean by that is if you look at aggregate fluctuation, the 90-10 percentile ratio might move 10 log points in this huge recession in Canada in the 90s. So this cross-sectional heterogeneity is just much larger. And now, as opposed to the first finding, we find that it's not only stayers, but in fact, it holds true within a mobility group, a little bit less for these laid off movers. We know anyway that these workers that get laid off, dispersions tend to be huge. Okay, so in fact number 3, I think it's one of the most I think surprising or interesting is now instead of looking at differences in firm size as measured by the number of employees, we're going to look at differences in firm growth, right? So now we have workers, they're assigned to a firm at time T. We look at how the earnings growth of the workers changes from T to T+1. We look at how employment of their employer changes from T to T+1. And to summarize that, we first sort firms into 10 deciles. Okay, so that's on the x-axis. And on a y-axis, we'll show the average earnings growth of workers at these firms. Okay, so if at time T I work at a firm that's going to grow 20%, then on average, I can predict that you'll have a 7% annual earnings growth. Now, again, these are huge magnitudes. I mean, if we look at the difference between this 10 and 5 is 15 percentage point. If that compounds year after year, that can generate massive differences in earnings across workers. And one thing that's maybe it's not surprising to you, but was surprising to us is that these differences, they hold also for stayers, right? So if, for instance, if you look at the red line, these non-laid off movers, so we can think about people who voluntarily leave a firm. If you leave a fast growing firm, it looks that you're also going to have higher earnings growth than someone who's leaving a rapidly shrinking firm. So now, last time we had questions about breaking this up a bit by worker heterogeneity. So focusing on these stayers, so just the blue line, we break it up. First, we're going to break it up by giving a little bit more granularity on the firm side. So let me describe in detail this picture on the left. Here again, we're going on the x-axis, you have employment growth of the firm, but we also sort on initial firm size. Okay, so just focusing on this dark blue line or almost black, those are firms that initially had more than 1,000 employees. Within that group, we construct 10 deciles of earnings growth, and the same pattern arises. So even conditional on the initial size of your firm, if you work at a fast-growing firm, I predict that you have higher earnings growth. The only thing to mention is that it appears that the relationship is a bit weaker at the very largest firms. And there's ways to make sense out of that in a model. We did the same for firm age, sorting on initial firm age, not much going on there. And something that's particularly interesting is you could think, yeah, okay, but maybe that's driven by just the CEO. CEO grows the firm, gets a fat bonus check on that year. But in fact, it's the opposite. So we're sorting workers into 5 quintiles according to their permanent earnings within the firm, okay? And what we find is that Q1 represent the 20% lowest paid workers within a firm, and those are the ones that tend to experience the sharpest sensitivity to firm growth. So in particular, the slope of that line is sharper, is higher than the slope of Q5, which are the highest paid workers within the firm, okay? We did the same by looking at the very top percentiles of the within firm earnings distribution, and what is a little bit less clear what's going on there. Now, I want to mention that for this particular exercise, we restricted to firms with 100 employees or more so that we can make sense of what are these within firm quintiles. So the last fact that we're after here is we're going to move to the next moment and look how earnings growth dispersion varies with employment growth, and we find that U-shaped pattern. So again, focusing on the picture on the left, we have we sort all firms into 10 earnings growth deciles, and on the y-axis we plot earnings growth dispersion, which is again defined at the 90-10 percentile ratio. And now what we have that's actually very interesting is that workers who work at firm with stable employment here near zero, they tend to have much lower earnings growth dispersion. Okay, again, it's always residual earnings growth than workers that are either at fast growing firms or at rapidly shrinking firms. Now here, I'm not going to talk too much about that on the right, but it turns out this U-shaped pattern is really driven by stayers, okay? We do the same business of looking at worker heterogeneity and sorting on initial firm size. For this particular exercise, that's not the most interesting, but we have that very nice picture that we showed you last time in a different form. Is here on the left-hand side, I'm showing you again this same figure that relates employment growth at the firm level to earnings growth dispersion at the individual level. But now earnings growth is the 90-10 percentile ratio in log, so it can be expressed as the sum of the 50-10 and the 90-50, and then we decompose it in that way. And that's the picture on the right. So let me interpret this picture for you. What we have is the blue line plots the 90-50 of the earnings growth distribution. And what we see is that the 90-50 is really increasing for fast growing firms. So it's flat up to firms that start growing, and then it's sharply increasing. And then the exact opposite is true for the 50-10, right? So if you're at a shrinking firm, there's a lot of downside risk, and that's we see that by that decreasing red line. But if you're at a growing firm, then downside risk seems to be mostly unrelated to the growth rate of the firm. And just kind of to plug this reference, that's exactly similar to what Guvna and Özkan Song had found at the aggregate level. They were showing during expansion, the right tail of the earnings growth distribution expands. The opposite is true during a recession. Turns out if you look at firm level employment growth, we get the same pattern, and that's really interesting. Now, we also in the paper, I'm not going to have time to present that today, but we related to the wage pass-through literature. We also sort on labor productivity growth, do a two-way sort, labor productivity growth, employment growth. Overall, we find that employment growth is actually a very strong predictor, even controlling for productivity stuff.
And you have about 2 minutes, then we can, okay, good.
Do I have time to conclude?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, let me conclude. So, we do this business of studying earnings inequality and dynamics in Canada using admin data. If you only want to remember 3 things, here are our main results. In terms of long-term trends, you look at the variance of lag earnings, it looks like there's not much going on. If you dig a little bit more, there's some interesting stuff going on, declining earnings gap, increasing in the right tail earnings inequality, especially these very top percentiles, and a bit of a shrinking of the left tail. We think maybe unionization that didn't decline as much as in the US, and minimum wage that rose more than in the US can explain this shrinking of left tail inequality. In terms of cyclical feature, really, there's one thing that stands out. It's huge recession in the 90s, and it had a really protracted effect on earnings growth and dispersion. And finally, at the firm level, this is what I just showed you, but kind of one kind of take-home conclusion is that the earnings growth trajectory of a worker is really tied to the employment growth trajectory of the firm. And we see that workers at fast-growing firms, they experience high, positively skewed earnings growth. Workers at shrinking firm, the opposite, and workers that are a stable firm, that they experience moderate earnings growth, but also not much in terms of dispersion. That's all we got.
Okay, thanks. And there were a lot of questions in the chat, so I'm trying to maybe pick a few. So Chris had a good question about how much of the difference between laid-off movers and non-laid-off movers is explained by by the type of firms they end up with.
Yeah, so I imagine referring maybe to one of these first one.
Yeah, yeah, that was what the question was, yes.
Yeah, exactly. So, now we sort on the firm at time t. We could sort on the firm at time t+1. And, that's the totally fair point. I don't think we've done that. I would expect, well, the narrative I just gave you in this job ladder interpretation, that's precisely that if you leave a small firm, you're more likely to end up at a big firm. But in fact, it's not clear that that's what happened. We can do that. We can do actually a two-way sort on where you start and where you end up. That's totally feasible.
So Chris, you have a follow-up, right?
It's just, yeah, no, I was just to explain, but I think you answered it. I mean, the question is there more going on than firms here? Like if I just controlled for actual firms, is there any real difference between laid off and non-laid off movers?
Right, but again, we wouldn't have to do that. But in a sense, it's the same logic as AKM. Once I construct for firm level effects, there's something left. Is that something left related to how I moved? And it depends.
Exactly.
You impose econometric restriction when you're estimating that thing. So the truth is we don't really know, but we can look into that.
And so there was a question by Fatih about the high earnings growth guys also being, people in the large firms also being the more volatile. So high wage workers also those with the lower volatility. So he was suggesting to conditional wage level and then look at the relationship with respect to firm size to isolate the firm size effect. So Fatih, maybe you can articulate the question better than I have tried to summarize.
Yeah, so basically what I was saying is, we know from your work and other work, right, that the higher is your wage, the lower is the volatility of the worker.
Yeah.
So large firms also have higher wages on average. So can you disentangle like this lower volatility at larger firms? Is it coming from, there is something special about the firm? Or is it just saying that these are high wage workers, that's why the volatility is low?
Yeah, I think we can do that by doing a two-way sort on permanent earnings decile or something like that, and then your current firm. Because I mean, totally, it's correlated where you end up. It's not purely so. Yeah, for facts 1 and 2, in fact, we can do that. Is do a two-way sort by permanent earnings and look if there's an effect of the firm.
You can go farther. You can regress the volatility on like characteristics. Like the wage of the worker type, age, gender, and so on. and then take the residual, and then you do this analysis.
Okay, I see. I think I see what you're saying.
And
we do a little bit of this with the growth and growth. There's a table in there where we do break the firm, look at the firm growth, and how that affects earning growth for workers with different permanent income levels. So I don't think he showed it. Oh, here it is.
Yeah,
We didn't do it. We didn't do it for the firm size. We just did it for the firm growth. But it would be, we could do exactly the same thing there, or try to even condition further as well, I suspect.
And let's have just one extra point, and then we can move on to the breakout group. So there was a couple of questions about the importance of survivorship bias. So the fact that I guess Chetil suggested that larger firms tend to be the ones that are less likely to leave, to exit. So especially when you distinguish between shrinking firms and growing firms, that's something that may affect some of the trends.
Yeah, so I think there's one thing that I didn't mention today, but of course you're only part of this if I see you for 2 years in a row and I see your firm for 2 years in a row. We have some tables to try to account for what kind of selection that implies. We haven't found it was all that big, but yeah, it's true that we can look at this more in detail.
Okay, so let's do this. Let me explain the rules now, because it's a little bit more complicated than I thought. Okay, so we're gonna have a breakout room just with the Canada team. Of course, you're free to join. Then after the break, another 15 minutes, we're going to have a 10 minutes break for you to grab lunch, etc. Then if you want to rejoin breakout rooms, we're going to, on the basis of who's going to be back for joining the lunch, we will make smaller breakout rooms of 5 or 6 people just to chat, etc. If you don't want to do that, then we're going to see you tomorrow. There should be, Kirsten confirmed that it's the same link that people can use tomorrow.
Yes, it's the same link.
So it's the same link. We're gonna, if you don't join, breakout room or the virtual lunch, then we're all gonna see you tomorrow for the second day of the conference. Okay, so now we can start with the breakout room. And I'll see you later.
Ya çok alakasız ya gerçekten. Hayır yani